Testing audio for the YouTube stream. Testing the audio for the YouTube stream.
I'll need a moment with the wonderful and bringing something else to the screen.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Apologies for the delay. We just had a little bit of a tech issue. So, welcome, everyone. Today is August 23rd, and in accordance with Section 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment for the City of Toronto is now called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning that applies to a property. It also deals with permissions to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses and consents to sever properties to create new lots. Before we begin, we acknowledge the land we are meeting on is a traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit and the Williams Treaty signed with multiple Mississaugas and Chippewa bands. Committee of Adjustment public hearings are now being conducted in a hybrid, in-person, and virtual format. Some applicants and participants will make their submissions in person, and others will participate virtually by electronic means through WebEx, which is an online digital platform. The meetings are also streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to view the hearing may do so by watching it on the YouTube. Those who want to participate virtually and have registered in advance will be connecting with the computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone and have the option of participating via video or audio only. All virtual participants will automatically be muted upon entry. When your item is called, you will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. We ask that you please mute your devices until you are called on to speak. Those participating by video appearance will be temporarily upgraded to panelist when your item is being held. During this time, your camera will be enabled. You will only be visible during your 5 minutes allotted speaking time. At all other times, your video will be disabled and you will be reinstated as an attendee. For both in-person and virtual participants, the Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations which have been submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. Those participating through WebEx are not allowed to use share screen or any other panelist controls during a video appearance. The host will remove you from the panelist role if you fail to respect this instruction. In terms of receiving a copy of the decision of the committee today, if you are attending in person today and you wish to receive a copy of the decision, you must fill out an application for a decision request card, which I believe is placed on the right here, on my right-hand side, and those participating virtually will need to submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure that you include your name, address, and an email address because the Committee of Adjustment and the local Toronto appeal body, which is called TLAB, will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee today and you are able to, you may be able to appeal the decision of to the TLAB or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal called the OLT. However, the provincial government has amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights of third parties to appeal the decision. Only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, and specified persons and public bodies which are defined in the Planning Act are permitted to appeal decisions of the Committee of Adjustment. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. In terms of the hearing procedure, I will call each item as it's listed in the order on the agenda. When making your submissions, if an application is uncontested, the agent or the applicant may proceed with their presentation if desired. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant or the agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I will comment when you are reaching 5 minutes. Any presentation or other materials you wish to submit to the committee must have been emailed in advance of the hearing. Staff and committee members cannot accept materials at the hearing today. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address. Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters that are outlined in the application. The applicant or the agent will proceed first and will make a presentation to the committee on the application. Please note that the committee may not entertain revisions to the proposal at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if it is substantially revised to ensure that the revised application is accurate and that all those who are entitled to receive the notice of the application are informed of the changes. Then individuals, either in support or in opposition to the application, will be invited to speak. Generally, we will call on the speakers in the hearing room today, and then those who are participating through WebEx. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have finished their presentation. When all speakers are finished, the applicant or the agent has an opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion. The application will then be taken into committee for a discussion. Before we begin with the first item on the agenda today, I would like to have confirmation on the minutes of the last meeting. Panel members, I'm looking for a motion on the minutes from the last hearing. May I have a mover, please? Member Said, please go ahead.
Madam Chair, I put forward motion for approval of our last meeting minutes.
Thank you. And may I have a seconder, please?
Madam Chair, I'll second that motion.
Member Macaulay seconds the motion, and all in favor? The motion is carried and the minutes of the last meeting have been confirmed. To the panel members and staff, are there any items on the agenda today that you have a declaration for conflict of interest?
Through the chair, there are none from staff.
Okay, and I would like to declare a conflict of interest, and that would be item number 11, sorry, item number 16, or 15, my apologies, it's item 15, the address being 355 to 365 Midwest Road, and the agent is an acquaintance of mine. So I declare conflict for item 15 today. And for that item, I would request one of the panel members to chair that item for me in my absence, and who would that be?
I'd be happy to do that, Madam Chair.
Okay, so Member Taylor will chair the item number 15 on my behalf. Thank you. Mr. Deputy Secretary Treasurer, do we have any requests for deferral today?
Through the chair, there's one deferral request. It's for item number 11, 72 Gaiety Drive. Deferral request at the request of the applicant to the September 20th hearing, as he is unavailable to attend the hearing today due to personal reasons.
Thank you. And Mr. Deputy Secretary Treasurer, just remind me, do I have to deal with the request right now, or should I do it in the order?
Do it in the order.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, so we will deal with this request for deferral once we get to the item as listed on the agenda. All right, so we will now begin our first item, item number 1. And item number 1 is for 91 Nielsen Avenue. And it was previously deferred at the May 4th hearing at the request of the applicant in order to correctly identify all requested variances. They're back today. So can I please have the agent, Jesse Raju Kanath, virtually, I believe? All right. Before I do that, I just want to ask all the members in attendance today, is there anyone who is here to speak on this application for 91 Nielsen Avenue? I see none, all right. And I don't see any registered speaker virtually as well. So we will start, and I have 2 agents listed. We have Jesse Raju. Is Jesse with us?
Yes. Can you hear me, Madam Chair?
Yes, Jesse, we can hear you. So Jesse, you've looked at your application. Would you like to make a presentation, or would you rather go into any questions?
There is a objection. If I would like to address that objection from Ms. Natasha Taylor, if it's possible.
Sure, please go ahead.
Yeah, so I would like to address a comment by Ms. Natasha Taylor of 58 Sunny Point Crescent, which is 1.1 kilometer from the subject property. She was saying on the surface runoff because of the increased hard landscape. But I would like to say that we have a big soft landscape at the rear side, and which is covered of many trees, surrounded by the trees. So I believe this will help the rainwater to penetrate the ground. And also we don't have any comments from the engineering department, and we will take an immediate action if there is any comments or issues which they raise by any chance. And we do have a supporting document from the community planners as well. And so I would like to request the committee members to consider this. And that's it from my side, and I am happy to answer any other questions. Thank you, Madam Chair and the committee members.
Thank you, Jesse, for that submission. I appreciate your response to that objection and providing that clarification. While I have you had a chance to review the community planning staff report and the recommended recommendation?
Yes.
And do you
We are totally aware of that. We don't have any objections.
Okay. And
Yeah.
the condition is that should the committee approve the application today, that it be tied to a site plan, drawing number A02. Okay.
Yes.
And I don't believe there are any comments from urban forestry or conditions. Okay. At this point, I know we have another listed agent, so I would like to give a chance to the other agent who's listed here. So can we have Krinal, please? Okay, Krinal, are you online? Krinal Gianni, are you online with us?
Sure, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Krinal. So would you like to provide any comments on your application?
No, nothing.
Okay. So Kernal has confirmed she does not want to speak. So we go back to Jesse's submissions and to the committee. Committee, do you have any questions for Jesse? Member Said, please go ahead. And then Member Macaulay.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you very much, Jesse, for addressing the issues mentioned in the objection letter. I'm glad you have attention to that. But your response that you have enough landscaping coverage in the back yard, but the objection is about the front yard. And if you look at the variance, there is only one variance before us. And I believe the objection was that this reduction in the soft landscaping is more than 30% or around 30%. How you justified that?
So when we have this, previously we had an issue with the trees. That's why we couldn't. We looked into increase the driveway because of the requirement from the client that they are having a company car and personal cars of including so total 4 cars. So we couldn't increase the driveway since we got a comment from the urban forestry that there is a tree and they cannot injure that. So that's why we consider to keep whatever there is the existing driveway and increase a little bit of hard landscape to incorporate the need by the client. So that's what I that's what I mentioned. That's what I like to address address on that. So it's a increased requirement from the client. And I believe we don't have any other objection from the neighbors too. We do have a support letters from the neighbors as well. It's all about 60 neighbors. They don't have any issues with that. And regarding the surface runoff, we also don't have any issues from the engineering department. So we will address if they have any comments on that one.
You good? Any follow-up, Mr. Said?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Jesse, for giving that elaboration. I understand there is some tree in the front yard, and you are making an attempt to save them, which is a good point too.
Yeah.
So thank you for your elaboration. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank
Thanks,
you
Member
so
Said.
much.
And Member Macaulay, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. My question is dealing with the hard landscaping. There's a lot of hard landscaping, both in the front yard, both side yards, and in the rear yard. Has the applicant considered permeable landscaping here? In other words, permeable pavers versus solid pavers?
Yes. Yes, Madam Chair, we do have an hard landscape of 32.46 of square meters and soft landscaping of 33.80. So consider, I believe the front yard landscaping, we are only increasing of about 15.9 square meters since the side landscaping, there's nothing, we don't have any issues with the side landscaping and the front landscaping having this much that we have increased this hard landscape because of the requirement from the client. I believe
Well,
this can address the.
Thank you, but that isn't my question. My question was, you've got hard landscaping. We're looking at
Yeah.
landscaping, additional landscaping than over what is permitted. Often when we are looking at adding additional hard surface, we look at softening that so that the property is still permeable. And not on the driveway, but on the additional landscaping in front of your front door. I'm asking, have you considered having a permeable landscaping? These are blocks that let the water come through rather than require that water be all runoff. So did you consider that?
Yes. Yeah, through the chair. we considered that one. However, the owner would like to keep the non-permeable walkway on the sides and taking a little bit land of the rear side as well. He wanted to keep like an aesthetic view, so he would like to keep as a non-permeable walkway.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to know whether you considered it and whether the owner was aware that there is an opportunity to provide both landscaping that he wants and
Yes,
maintain the permeability.
yes, he would like to keep it as a permeable as well. If the
It's all
committee
right, thank
is
you. I think you've
suggesting
answered.
so, yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Jesse. Thank you, Member Macaulay. If there are no further comments, we would like to take the matter into committee. No comments or questions? Okay, let's take the matter into committee. Thank you, Jesse, and you've confirmed that you have no concerns with the community planning staff or report recommendation. All right, committee members?
No, we don't have.
Thank you. Committee members, Member Said, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Are we ready to move the motion?
Yes, please.
Okay,
If there are
thank you.
no further.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Jesse, for your elaboration. I think it's a good thing you have worked on all the options available, and under that circumstances, this application is good to me. Madam Chair, I put forward motion for approval of item 1, subject to condition of community planning.
Okay, so Member Said moves the motion to approve the application subject to condition of community planning. May I have a seconder, please? Member Taylor, please go ahead.
I'll second that motion, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And all in favor of this motion? The motion's carried unanimously and the application's been approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members. Thank you.
Madam Chair, just before you start item 2, sorry, I have one more technical issue. Just trying to open on the large screen the documents and having a little difficulty. So I wonder if our tech person just could help me just briefly. Thank you.
Sure, no problem.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're set now. Thank you.
Thank you, Erica. Thanks, Mr. Gary. Okay, so we now go on to our second item. Item number 2, which is for 300 Borough Drive, Unit 03. And we do have the agent who is attending virtually. Before I proceed, just want to make sure, and members of public here, anyone here for 300 Borough Drive, Unit number 3? I see none, all right. And just for record, there are no registered speakers for that one as well. It's just the agent. So we'll start with Yasmin Afshar. Yasmin, are you with us?
Hi, Madam Chair. Good morning.
Good morning, Yasmin. Yasmin, would you like to make a presentation or would you rather go into questions if the committee has any?
I'm happy to make a quick presentation if that would be helpful to the committee, Madam Chair. This is basically just outlining what's been provided in the package that's been submitted.
Please go ahead.
So yes, thank you. I'm the agent for Oxford, who owns and operates the Scarborough Town Centre Mall, which is at 300 Borough Drive. If we can just go to the next slide, we'll see that there. And through this variance request, they're looking to add the use of an education and training facility to be permitted on site. And this is looking to bring Trias College onto the site to operate a private career college for about 1,500 students within the former Sears box that currently exists on the site. So there's no renovations or demolitions or additions that are going to be made to the existing structure. It's solely to lease out existing space that's currently vacant on the third floor of that box there. And Oxford is currently also bringing in retail tenants into the first and second floor of that box. We're looking to fully lease out space that has been sitting vacant for a while. While there are there's a host of use permissions currently allowed by the existing zoning. Education and training facilities is one of them. And there is also some exceptions that apply to the site, particularly with parking, which were sought for retail uses. And so you'll see that the parking rate that's applicable currently is 4.3 spaces, and that was provided for the former Sears boxes. But there was about 220 spaces provided with that space that currently are available. The existing bylaw, just so we can see here, requires a minimum rate of 3.0 spaces for education and training facilities, which is lower than the minimum rate. And so there's actually more than needed. That's currently.
Yasmin, you're cutting out a little bit. It's a little choppy. Do you want to check?
Oh, I'm sorry about that. 1 second. I can try and connect my headphones and maybe that.
So we can't hear you unless you haven't said anything.
1 moment, sorry.
Okay.
I'm
Nope.
just
No
setting
problem.
the headphones now. Can you hear me a bit better now or no?
Yeah, we could hear you well, but it was just becoming choppy. So carry on, and I'll let you know if it becomes a problem again. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. There's just really one more slide here, and it's outlining how we feel the proposed variance satisfies the 4 tests. We think it generally maintains the intent and the purpose of the in-force official plan and zoning bylaws. The site's located in a mixed-use designation, so use like this would be compatible and appropriate within a space like that. And it also complements the site's existing commercial nature and the permitted uses that are currently allowed on the site, which is a mix of commercial uses. And because there's no additions to the building and no extra parking required, it won't exceed any of the existing performance standards either. We also think it's an appropriate use of land, and it's minor because there, again, will not be additional development, but it's rather making use of existing vacant and underutilized space on the site. That's actually difficult to lease to traditional retail tenants because it is on the floor. And we believe it'll really create synergies with the existing use on site to help bolster the Scarborough Town Center as a exciting and active place. So thank you. That's my presentation.
Okay, thank you, Yasmin. Before I open the floor for questions, just want to make sure we received a recommendation, a memo from Engineering Services, and there are certain conditions from the Engineering and Construction Services. Have you had a chance to look at that? And that memo is dated August 14th.
Yes, we've reviewed that memo and we are okay with the conditions on the building.
Okay, perfect, thank you. So I open the floor for the committee members. Any questions for Yasmin? Member Said, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Yasmin, for your presentation. Actually, we have received this presentation material with us. Yasmin, I have 1 or 2 questions on that. Although there is only 1 variance before the committee, and I will focus on that variance for sure. But a lot of material has been provided about the parking spots. It's not a variance, but still, indirectly, this is an important matter, and especially in a zone which do not allow you to carry the educational activities, right? So first of all, would you elaborate on the number of students you are getting, which is the application shows 1,500 students. I understand it's a big number, right? So is this the number? What's the time span period you are going to serve the number of students there? And then the second is you in your presentation you mentioned the number of the parking rate applied to this facility is different, and which has been reduced from 4.3 to 3 spaces per 100 square meter, right? So with that, the number of parking has been reduced as compared to the previous facility, which was a former Sears stores. The number has been totally changed. The number of visitors, students, or the clients has been increased. So how you will create a balance between these changes?
Yes, thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. So there's 1,500 students that the college will support, but they won't all be there at the same time. They'll all be there over different periods of time, just for classes. And so we don't expect the full facility to be hosting that many people all at once. The site is located within a center, and there is the Scarborough subway extension that will be serving the site in the future. And so we think in terms of transit, it's well connected currently and will be further connected in the future. And that's the direction in which the center is growing to support a transit supportive place. But with the existing parking that's provided, so when the Sears box was built, it was required to provide a minimum of 220 spaces. And that is available on the site today. And the only reason we point out the education and training facility rate is because it's lower than that in the existing bylaw. And so if this use were permitted in this zone already, it would require a lower rate of parking. But because the Sears box already delivered the 220 spaces, those are available on the site to serve the existing GFA. And so we think that will appropriately satisfy the requirements of the bylaw. There's a parking memo that was also submitted just to look at I believe the usage of the parking lot, and that's been submitted for studies that have been done for the mall in the past, and it's found that there is additional space and capacity in the parking lot to take on more visitors. And so because of all of this, we think there's an appropriate amount of parking to serve this proposed use.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wondering, the number of parking space has been reduced from 220 to 154. Of course, the rate has been come down. Is this 220 parking space previously, those were based on GFA of the third level of the Sears store?
Through you, Madam Chair. So the parking rate has not been reduced. There's no reduction being sought on the parking rate. The 220 spaces were provided for the full, well, for the 220 spaces, it's 4.3 spaces per 100 meters. So I have to just clarify a moment. We're looking at 5,000 square feet and 4.3 spaces. So I believe the 220 spaces were required for the entire former Sears space. And sorry, I'm just looking at what's in front of us here. You'll see that they were doing, I believe, the area of this Trios College space, not the entire space. And so they're saying that within the area of Trios College in this study, 220 spaces would have been required for the retail. If you're applying the retail compared to the retail use. But the existing parking spaces are all. So what this study was only trying to show is that there's sufficient parking on site because it was previously provided to serve the existing GF.
So, sorry if I may jump in. So there's been no reduction or change of anything.
No, there's no reduction or change.
All the studies trying to demonstrate is that if you were to apply the rate for retail, this is what's required, 220, which was already there. But if you were to apply a rate to an educational use, you need 154 spaces with the ratio that's required for educational use. But there's 220 spaces are already there. So there's no change, nothing. The study's only trying to demonstrate that there's no additional parking demand as a result of an educational use, should the use be permitted to occur.
Correct. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the clarity. So your GFA is, this is in,
There's no change in GFA, Member Said.
yeah, no, for this project, the GFA is 55,000. Am I correct? 55,000
55,000 square feet.
square feet, which will be approximately how many square meters?
It's approximately 5,000.
5,000 square meter. Okay. So 5,000 square meter, and with the parking rate of 3, yes, it's going to be 154 around. Okay. Thank
good?
you. Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you very much. Any further clarification question, Member Macaulay?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to add a comment here. The Sears, the 3 levels of Sears have a requirement of 220 parking spaces that they have provided right now. The 3rd level is for the student college, and it would require 154 spaces. If Oxford Properties wants to redevelop a portion of this land area, my understanding is that they will have to continue to provide 154 spaces for the training facility, regardless of what else they're doing there. So I don't have any problems with the parking requirement. I believe there will be many changes over time with this property, and whatever changes are necessary will have to provide the appropriate parking numbers.
That's correct. You're right, and there's no parking variance today before us, so it's a moot point at this point. Okay, so if there are no further questions, and I think the applicant has confirmed that they've reviewed the comments or conditions from engineering services. They do not have any issues with that. So on that note, I would like to take the matter into committee. Committee members, any comments or questions, or are you ready for a motion? Member Said.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much, Yasmin. Actually, she gave us a lot of clarity on this application. I appreciate this for your answers and all that. Madam Chair, I am satisfied with the variance. I do understand there is no variance on the parking spot before us, but that was indirectly related to that. So, Madam Chair, with that, the applicant have the understanding of the ECS conditions. With that, I put forward motion for approval of item 2, subject to engineering services conditions.
Okay, thank you. May I have a seconder, please?
Madam Chair, I'll second that motion.
Right, Member Macaulay seconds the motion. All in favor of this motion? The motion is carried unanimously, and the application is approved subject to condition. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, we'll go on to our 3rd item on the agenda. Item 3 is for 1420 Kingston Road. And before I proceed with the agent who's attending virtually, just want to confirm with members of public here. Anyone here for 1420 Kingston Road? I see none. All right. Moving on to, can we please have the agent, Shiraz Kevorkian? Hello, Shiraz, are you with us?
Hello, yes.
Good morning. So Shiraz, we have your
Good morning.
application. We've looked at it. Is there any comment you wish to make at this time, or a presentation that you would like to make, or would you rather go into the questions?
I can give a brief presentation about the situation. So first of all, good morning, Madam Chair, good morning, committee members. We're dealing with one variance, which is the setback on the rear side of the existing 3-story residential building that came from adding the 2.5-inch eave system on the existing cladding. And that came from client wish to make the building more energy efficient, to reduce energy consumption, to give more comfort to residents, and also to add more aesthetic and modern look to the building. So the city already approved the building permit on March 30th of this year, except the facade in question. And the existing setback is 2.61, and we're breaching that setback by 80 millimeters, which is the 2.5 inches and the small waterproofing that we're adding. So by that, I think the client already proceeded with the cladding in the all sides of the building, approved areas, except the facade in questions. And we believe by adding this installation, we're completing the energy efficiency of the building and the aesthetic of the building.
Okay, thank you, Shiraz. Staff's trying to bring up the plans. So for everyone's benefit, it's only a small portion of the building. And I think it's further down, there's a sheet that actually shows the area that's subject to this variance, actually. So it's further down on one of the elevations. Right there. So this dark area. So that's the area. Okay, and then there's another one that says that the area that's subject to the committee of adjustment. So there's one below.
Yeah, it's the north facade.
Yeah, it's the north elevation. If you go to the north elevation further down, one more. Right there, perfect. So if you zoom into that area, it says this is the area of work that requires committee of adjustment for an additional energy efficient cladding, EFIS. Okay, so thank you for providing that clarification. Members of the committee, do you have any questions for Shiraz? I see none. Oh, Member Said.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just wondering that there is urban forestry conditions there, but I don't see there will be any area, green area or trees will be affected by this development. Shiraz, am I correct?
So we contact the urban forestry when they ask them clarification. So they mentioned there is a tree in the corner. It's a little bit far from that elevation in question. And with the survey, it's written 30 millimeter for the trunk, but they believe that it's thicker than that, and they want to verify that. And I actually, what they said today, they are going on site to verify. So if you look at the screen, it's the corner tree on the left side, left up, that's tree that it's in question.
Right there.
And the client, it's if needed, they said, yeah, they will make protection, but we believe we don't need that.
Yeah, I see that tree on the Google Street Map, and it is quite a distance. It's right at the right corner to the next retail store, right? Yeah.
The where you're seeing the cursor, that's the tree. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Great. Thank you very much.
Okay. However, urban forestry has recommended that condition, so should the committee see it fit, we could continue to add that as a condition and let the applicant sort it out with urban forestry should there be no need for that condition. Okay? All right.
Thank you.
If there are no further questions or comments, can I please have a motion on this application? Member Taylor? Oh, Member Gary, go ahead.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yes, I'm prepared to move approval of this application relating to this Kingston Road property, subject to the urban forestry condition.
Okay, thank you, Member Gary. May I have a seconder, please?
Second the motion, Madam Chair.
All right, Member Taylor seconds the motion, and all in favor of this motion? The motion's carried unanimously and the application has been approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, committee members.
Okay, we now go to item number 4. And item number 4 is for 1171 Birchmount Road. And Mr. Deputy Secretary Treasurer, you have a comment?
Through the chair, yesterday we received a deferral request from the agent, deferral to the September 20th hearing due to a personal issue. However, we subsequently received an email from the owner's daughter confirming that they do wish to have this application considered today. Can I ask if you could check if the owner's daughter is on the line?
Sure, will do.
Thank you.
So can we have owner's daughter online with us? And is she Selena? Okay, so
Yes.
Selena, you with us?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. So Selena, could you please confirm if you wish to proceed with hearing this item today?
Yes, I confirm to proceed hearing this item today.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. So just bear with me for a second. Just want to confer with members in attendance today, members of public. Anyone here for 1171 Birchmount Road? I see none. All right. And for record, I note that there are no registered speakers on this application. So Selena, how would you like to proceed? Would you like to make a presentation or would you rather go into some questions directly?
We can go into questions directly.
Okay, perfect. And before we do, there was a recommended condition from Urban Forestry. Have you had a chance to look at it? And do you have any questions on that?
I don't have any questions, and yes, I reviewed it.
Perfect, thank you. Members of the committee, any questions for Selena? Member Said, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Selena, could you just tell us about variance number 3? I'm talking about variance number 3. It's the eaves. So could you tell us what are the triggering factors for that? Because I see it's very close to the north side lot line. So I have some reservation on that unless you have some good reasons for it.
Variance number 3, where it says the proposed front yard landscaping is 49%.
No, variance, no,
Oh,
variance.
wait, oh, sorry.
Eavesdrop.
Number 3. Oh, here, roof, eaves.
So it's encroachment of the eavesdrops within the setback. The maximum permitted is,
Okay.
maximum required is 0.9, and it is
Okay.
at 0.25.
0.25, okay.
Sorry, minimum is 0.3 and you're looking at 0.25.
The minimum is 3, and so it's not, okay, so we can change that to abide to this
Okay, so
variance.
let's take a look at the plan, please. Eric, can you have the plan on the property line so we can, could you please identify which side that is and where that is so that members can have a bit better understanding? Okay, so the plan's
Sorry,
on
are
the
you speaking
screen.
to?
The plan is on the screen.
Okay. Mm-hmm. It's over here. Okay, so it's over here, 0.3. So it's too close. Let's see here.
So member Said, maybe a question to
Yeah.
you. Are you asking for clarification as to why it is 0.25 and the reason why it cannot meet
Yeah,
the
I'm confused about what the question is.
Okay, so the question is, minimum required is 0.3, you're proposing 0.25. Can you provide a response as to why can you not meet 0.3?
I actually don't have the answer to that question. These designs were made by Patrick. And so if the minimum requirement is 0.3, but we propose 0.25, I could bring that to Patrick to change the plan so that it abides to the 0.3 minimum.
Member Said, you have a comment?
Or, thank you, Madam Chair. Or Selena, could you tell me what's on the north side lot line, what's the neighboring, who's the neighbors there, or could be any issues for those neighbors, or?
Uh, no, they are aware of our plans and we have spoken with them. And they didn't have any objections to our building plan.
So the adjacent property owner,
Yeah.
they have seen the plans?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't have any objection letters over there, so it means this must have been discussed, or I mean, they knows that as long as this is the factual. Madam Chair, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, if you notice, that house is further set away. It's quite a distance setback from the property line, so it's a moot point, and it's 0.05. It's like this much.
Madam Chair, I'm okay with that. If I just wanted to make it a double check that
Right.
there is no issues to the neighbors.
Fair enough. Okay. Any other questions from any committee members? I see none. Okay. So, Selena, we're now going to take the matter into committee and make a decision. So you've confirmed that you have no issues with urban forestry conditions. So committee members, any comments, thoughts, or are you ready for a motion? Member Said, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe the variances, the 4 variances before the committee, I believe those are minor in nature, appropriate. Madam Chair, I therefore put forward motion for approval of item 4, and this is subject to the urban forestry condition number 3.
Okay, may I have a seconder, please? Member Gary, go ahead.
Yes, Madam Chair, I'll second that motion to approve with that urban forestry condition.
Okay, thank you. And all in favor of this motion? Motion's carried and the application's been approved subject to condition. Thank you. Okay. So we're going to now move to item number 5.
Through the chair, just a point of clarification, the urban forestry condition is actually, urban, for the last item was actually urban forestry condition number 2, not 3.
Which one? For item 4 or the
Yes,
previous?
for item 4, just as a point of clarification for the record.
Okay. So it's condition number 2.
Correct.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so moving to item number 5, and item number 5 is for 61 Harewood Avenue. There are 2 agents listed here. I'll go one by one, and there's a neighbor who is registered to speak. Before I proceed, is there anyone here in attendance for 61 Harewood Avenue? It's item 5 on the agenda. Oh, you are? Okay. Are you Peter Pialas? Okay, all right. So it's shown as virtual here, but you're in person, which is great. So just bear with us for a second. Sorry? Pending the, okay. I'll come back to you to confirm then, okay? All right, so we'll start with the agent first. So Krinal Gianni. Can we please have Krinal?
Hi, good morning, Madam Chair.
Good morning, Krinal. So we're looking at your application, and would you like to make a presentation, or would you rather go to questions directly?
Yeah, we can go to questions directly.
Okay. So for everyone's benefit, it is an application to demolish existing dwelling and construct a new dwelling, and we have 4 variances before us today. Okay, so members of the committee, any questions for Krinal? See none? Okay, there are no questions for Krinal for you. As required, I have to check with the second agent who's listed. So can I have Jesse Raju Kenneth, please? Hello, Jesse.
I'm Jace, and I don't have any comments as well.
Okay, so thank you for clarifying. It's Jace, not Jesse. I've been calling you JC. So Jace does not have any comments on this application. So I guess in terms of the order, we will now request the neighbor, Peter here, if he wishes to provide any comments or speak on this application. You would have to come to the speaker, to the microphone here, sir. You're good? Any questions you wanted to ask, anything? You have to come to the mic. We're happy to answer any questions if you have.
Speak right in. Thank you. Hello, how are you?
Very well, thank you. So, Peter, could you state your name and address, please?
Yeah, Peter Pialis. I live at 63 Harewood next door, just on the north side. So, I mean, they look fairly minor, the variances. Just concerning about the height. It seems like, how do you boil a frog? You don't throw them in right away. You just turn up the temperature very slowly, and it seems that houses are just getting taller and taller, and 30 centimeters and 30 centimeters. That's the one concern, and then we have nothing but no skyline whatsoever. But anyways, that's the only comment. And the proximity to the house, like the distance from their home, proposed home to our home, could be a little concerning if it's, what is it, 2.2 meters or 2 feet and 11 inches?
So, Peter, we don't, they apparently meet all the zoning
Okay,
requirements.
okay.
There is no variance being requested.
Yeah, so that's okay. I mean, but the height is the one thing. And you see neighbors, houses in our street where one house is one height and then there's a new build that's a bit higher and then there's another. And it's the same thing. How do you boil a frog? 1 degree every couple minutes as opposed to just setting the temperature and throwing the frog in. So that's the concern that I have.
Okay, fair enough. If you look at the notice itself, the variance is related to the permitted height of the main walls. So
Yeah.
it's not so much the overall height of the building. The main wall is just the portion below the roof pitch, right?
Okay.
So that the requirement under the zoning bylaw is that. So if you go to the elevation, please, Eric. So if you look at the elevation, the portion that is immediately below the roof, that portion, or the main walls, we call them the main walls, under the bylaw, it's required to be 7 meters.
Okay.
So all that gray portion and the white portion that you see just below the roof, all
Yeah.
of that, maximum is 7. They're asking for 7.3. So it's not the overall.
But what about the
building.
overall? So the overall height still meets okay? Yeah, okay.
It's just the height of that main wall. there,
Okay, well, that's okay. That's no big deal.
right?
Okay,
Is that fair?
yep, that's fine.
Okay.
All right.
Members of the committee, any questions for Peter while he's here? There's none. Thank you for coming. All right, so there are no comments. I think we did provide some clarification to the neighbor. Kranal, I think there are no further questions of the committee. Before we proceed, any closing remark?
No, nothing.
Okay, and you're familiar, or you're aware of the conditions of urban forestry, condition number 2 and 3?
Yes, I'm aware of it, and we will do the needful.
Okay, all right. So on that note, I take the matter into committee. Committee members, any comments, any
Thank you.
thoughts? Or are you ready for a motion? Okay, Member Taylor, go ahead.
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. I'm satisfied that the 4 variances requested meet the 4 tests under the Planning Act. They are, in my mind, extremely minor and should be totally non-problematic from an impact point of view. So I move approval subject to urban forestry conditions 2 and 3.
Thank you, Member Taylor. May I have a seconder, please? Member Said, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I second the motion.
Thank you. And all in favor of this motion? The motion's carried and the application has been approved. Thank you. So just for the panel members, there's a bit of a delay when I look at the screen, so that's why I'm looking around for hands, whoever goes first, okay? So if I miss, I apologize, because there's a bit of a delay here on the screen. Okay, so we've dealt with item 5. We can now go to item number 6. And item number 6 is 20 Brooklawn Avenue. We do have the agents and 2 registered speakers. Before I proceed, I want to confirm with members in attendance today. Anyone here for 20 Brooklawn Avenue? I see none, all right. So we will now go with the agent, Peter Jerusik, for 20 Brooklawn Avenue.
Good morning, Committee of Adjustment. How are you today? It's Peter from Arc Design Group.
Good morning, Peter. Thank you for asking. So Peter, would you like to present or would you go into questions? How would you like to proceed?
Just to make a short statement, I think this application itself is fairly minor in nature, meets all the tests. We're just requesting an additional 20.5 square meters in floor space index. We comply with all other zoning requirements. And it's just that we are able to fit a floor above the garage on the ground floor level, which adds about 35 square meters, but we only are over by 20 in terms of FSI. So in terms of the community itself, the massing of the house, there's no changes to it, just that we were able to fit that extra 35 square meters in between the garage and the second floor, which brings us over by 20 square meters.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. So there is only one variance for this application, and it's to demolish an existing house and construct a new two-story building. Any questions for Peter Jurusik from the committee members? Oh, Member Macaulay, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Peter, you're a very experienced applicant here. I see that you've only got one variance, but you're doing this, according to the information we have, by a waiver. Are you satisfied that you won't need any additional variances, or have you already submitted your application?
We actually received a zoning notice which had 3 variances. 2 of them we were able to correct, so not to go in for variance. So as opposed to resubmitting it to get a revised notice, we just eliminated those 2 variants. Those 2 out of the, we've corrected the plans to eliminate 2 of them. And as we've presented it in the waiver, was the wording received on the zoning notice.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm glad that you proceeded to do the full application. That's what I would expect from yourself. No further questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member Macaulay. Any further questions? Okay, not at this time. We may come back. So we are now going to move to speak with our neighbors who have registered to speak, and I believe they're both virtual because there's no one in attendance here. So we'll start with Vera. Vera, please. Hello, are you with us, Vera?
Hello, my name is Vera Ivanov. I live at 22 Brooklawn, which is the property immediately to the north of the subject property.
Okay.
Thank you for this opportunity. I'd like to bring a couple of items to your attention. The first one is that despite the fact that Peter is the speaker here today, he's a representative of Albion Building Consultant Inc., a builder that lost his license following a home construction regulatory authority meeting in January of 2023. In its ruling, HCRA allowed the applicant to complete 6 specific properties, and 20 Brooklawn was not on that list. So my question about this application is, how can it be considered if the applicant is not licensed to proceed and is in contravention with a HCRA ruling? Secondly, I would like to direct the committee to a submission from 21 Brooklawn. These are neighbors who submitted, they live across the street. They have a letter and attachments. And one of significance is a petition that was signed by 37 community members, voicing very strong concerns about the application for 20 Brooklawn, based on the applicant's history of not adhering to regulations and not following building plans. One of the attachments to the letter is the most recent order to comply that was issued by the building department for 11 Brooklawn. I just want to note that the builder for 11 Brooklawn and the builder for 20 Brooklawn are the same. It's Albion Building Consultant Inc.
Sorry, Vera.
And
sorry, if I may
Yes.
if I may interrupt you. I apologize for this, but our mandate here is to discuss the merits of the application. There's only one variance before the committee today that pertains to the FSI. I respect the submissions. I respect what you're advising us today, but unfortunately, none of those matters are within the purview. I would rather.
Well, I would like.
Yeah.
I would like to. Why I'm bringing this to the committee's attention is, first of all, there doesn't seem to be a real path to address concerns like this. And secondly, is because the history of this applicant in our community and in other communities is that they do not follow rules and regulations and submitted building plans. And we fear greatly that that is going to be the outcome for 20 Brooklawn Avenue, regardless of what your decision is here today.
So again,
There-
I would like to say to you, Vera, that this is certainly not the path to bring forward those concerns that you have just listed. And then those, I mean, again, I respect and I'm sure those are legitimate concerns, but unfortunately, it's not something that this committee can help you with. You can certainly discuss it with the city officials to see what the best path would be to take those concerns, but certainly not this committee. And number two, what the builder is, what's his background, what his license status is, it's none of the concern of this committee. We look at the application purely, look at the merits of the application, and make our decision based on the tests under the Planning Act.
Okay, I appreciate that. I guess my concern is, as a citizen of Toronto, that rulings that are confirmed by this particular committee are then not adhered to going forward. But having said that, let me bring one last item up. It relates to a fence that is between my property at 22 Brooklawn and the subject property. It was built and paid for entirely by us. And I want some assurances that this fence will remain intact. Is there a mechanism for doing that?
Okay, so I'm not sure what those mechanisms would be or what the issues are. We can certainly have the applicant respond to it, and our Committee of Adjustment Secretary Treasurer has a comment to make.
Through the chair, the fence bylaw is outside the jurisdiction of the Committee of Adjustment. In terms of the fence, this is a civil matter between the neighbors. It's outside the jurisdiction of Committee of Adjustment.
Thank you for clarifying that. So as you heard, Vera, unfortunately, that's again a matter that's not under the purview of this committee. We will have the applicant respond to your concerns that you've raised, but unfortunately, this committee cannot institute any condition or decision with that on that issue per se. So, is there anything else you want to say in your closing remarks? Anything
in nature? And to be honest, by looking at the plans, which I find extremely complicated to read, it's hard to say how it really represents what it will actually be in person and in real when it's actually built. Because as I've said, the submitted plans and what ends up happening in reality often are two different things. So I've heard the committee members speak to other files that were presented earlier today, that there are minor variances and that they're not significant. And I would like to say that all variances are significant as they take away green space from our communities. And so they're adding they are significantly increasing the size of the property that's being taken up by house. So obviously how that translates into a decision is entirely up to you, but I wish you guys would stay with the 0.5 that is in the zoning bylaw.
Okay, so for this one, again, I'll let the applicant respond to it, but the reason why the additional floor space is being triggered or is unable to meet the zoning is as explained by the applicant. And staff, can I please have the elevation on the screen? And that would be a cross-section, actually, which is very helpful. So it's A9, or you could even show the elevation. So what's happening here, Vera, is that the space above the garage is being utilized to create habitable space. They were able to find through design that there is some space available that it could be utilized for habitation, and hence it's being added as or being included as part of the GFA. So it's a space above the garage. So there's no impact on the green space on the property. For this particular one, I can confirm, because they're not asking for any increase in lot coverage or any increase in setbacks. It's just that portion above the garage which they want to build and include as part of the GFA. That's what's triggering the floor space increase.
Right. Since the previous speaker actually mentioned the height requirement, could we look at the elevation drawing?
We can look at the
I'm just
elevation,
curious
but
whether,
they don't require any height variance. They meet the height zoning regulation.
is this relating to the to the 7-meter height that you were referencing when you reviewed the previous file?
I can't speak specifically to what, but what I can tell you, there's no variance for either the height of the main walls nor the overall height of the building. They meet whatever the zoning regulations are, and I'm not an expert on the zoning regs, so I can't tell you what those are, but the application that's before us is not asking for any variance for height, either to the main walls or the overall height of the building.
Right. So all these variances are part of the waiver, the zoning notice waiver. So it means that the applicant is saying that it's all good.
I don't think we need to confuse ourselves with the waiver here. I think what we need to look at here, what's today, is that what's presented to us today, is they're asking for one variance only. When even if the committee approves something today, should the committee approve this today, these plans are going to be submitted to the building department for a building permit, right? Through the building permit process, if there are additional variances that are identified, or if something does not meet the zoning requirement, the applicant will have to come back to the committee. So rest assured, there's another screening level through the building permit process that will make sure that they meet all the requirements of the zoning bylaw regulation, despite whether there's a zoning waiver or not a waiver or a zoning review done. This will be looked at again through the building permit process, and if there's any infraction there, they will have to come back here.
Okay, thank you.
Member Macaulay?
Madam Chair, I just want to reiterate my question to Peter was, had he been assured that there were no other variances required? And his response, if I understand it correctly, is that he did submit an application for a review. There were 3 variances at that time required. He withdrew 2 of those, and the third one is the one that we have dealt with today. And as you said, there's a number of processes, and it's somewhat confusing to the residents, but the first process is submission of an application, either through a waiver or through confirmation from staff that it doesn't meet the zoning bylaw. That has been done. The application for height only is in front of us. If, when he goes for his building...
Not height.
Sorry.
Floor space.
FSI. If he goes for, or if and when he goes for a building permit, he has to submit those drawings yet again for a further review before getting a building permit. So there's a number of steps, and we're kind of at the beginning of those steps. And I think it's an important beginning, but certainly it is a beginning. The only other thing I wanted to make sure that they understand is that there is conditions for maintaining the trees.
Okay, that's for the applicant.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. All right, thank you, Vera, for taking the time to speak with us.
Thank you.
Hope we were able to address your questions, but we will certainly have Peter respond to your concerns and then see what he has to say. So moving on to the second neighbor who is registered to speak, can we please have Bogna Winch?
Good morning. Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, committee. My name is Bogna Vienk. My address is 18 Brooklawn Avenue. I'm the neighbor of 20 Brooklawn, bordering from the south. My main concern is related to the possible damages of the house during the construction. Our houses are very close to each other, and even before the construction started, the siding on the north side of our house, bordering with the driveway of 20 Brooklawn, has been damaged in 2 places. I have never met the owner of the house, And whenever I tried to introduce myself to the people leaving or entering the house, I was always interrupted, and it was explained to me that they're not, they don't live there, they're just visiting. So there was a multitude of people always living there, but everybody said they don't live there, they're just visiting. It horrifies me to think that there would be major issues or something will be done that will make it impossible for us to live where we live and we were planning to live until we retire or much longer. And there will be nobody who will be addressing any issues because nobody will be responsible because the committee is not responsible for those aspects, and the official owner or the builder is not to be found. Another issue is the mutual water shut-off valve that
Okay, so
is
sorry,
located on the
Bogna,
driveway.
I'm sorry to interrupt you again. I appreciate and I really respect these concerns and comments that you're making. We can't help you with servicing issues as well, or water shut off, or I'll provide some information through, to you, and the applicant can also confirm, but I really want you to tell me if you have any issues with the variance that is before the committee today, which is the increase in the FSI.
I would like to request a written promise that none of the valuable pawpaw trees that are growing on our garden will be damaged, and no debris will end up in our garden.
Okay. Do you have any concerns with the increase in the floor space index of the building?
As I understand, I have no say in that.
No, you can say that. You can provide your opinion on whether you have any issues with the increase in the floor space index of the building.
I just wanted to ensure that the plans are being followed and there will be no additional variances. That, yeah.
Okay, all right. So we can certainly have that confirmation from the applicant in terms of impact to your property or the trees. With respect to the trees protection, this application was circulated to Urban Forestry Department, and they have provided some comments and certain conditions in which the applicant required to obtain certain permits or to make sure that the trees are protected and there's no impact on the trees. So we'll get back to the applicant and have him provide a response to you on that. So thank you for taking the time to speak with us. If there are no further questions for Bogna, I guess we can move forward. I don't see any questions from the committee. All right, thank you to both the neighbors who took the time to speak with us. So I'll come back to Peter Jurusik. Peter?
Yes, I'm here.
So Peter.
Okay, to work backwards, just because 18 Brooklawn's more fresher, as we just spoke about them. Two things I just want to point out on the plans. Currently, in the older subdivision, there were driveways in between each house. So when you look at the original survey of the project, there was a driveway going between 18 and 20. That was kind of like it was a share. There's no actual easement, but the driveways were overlapping the property line. So technically now we're actually removing that. So that's actually going to green up 18, our neighbor's property, even more, because we're eliminating our driveway that is in between the two houses and now putting it fully onto our property in front of the house, in front of the garage, as opposed to in between. So there'll be more green space in between. The requirement here for setbacks is 0.9. My client wanted to ensure that we have good setbacks with the neighbor, so we actually went to 1.2 meters at the neighbor's sides. In addition, to the north, there's actually a shed that was encroaching on the north neighbor's property, which will now be eliminated, and we are 1.17 or 1.2 meters away from that property. We are also only at 29% coverage where 33 is required. So in terms of the comment about green space, our footprint is way below what is permitted with zoning, where 33 is allowed. We're only doing 29% coverage. and our side yard setbacks are greater than what is permitted. At 0.9 is permitted, and we're trying to adhere to a 4-foot setback or 1.2 meter setbacks there. So as you can see, the other three variants, there was other two variants which were removed, was just a driveway width, which we were 10 centimeters over, which was easy to adjust. And I guess there's a new law that you must provide electrical charging under zoning, and we're providing that now, so that removed that variance. So the FSI was the only variance, and in spite of the FSI request, even our house themselves are below the required zoning. We're not even maximizing the depth or width or setbacks and or coverage. So we're not hitting any maximums here except for FSI. So the massing of the building is lower than need be. And as I explained, and I believe the committee understands, we just have that extra room over the garage, which puts us 20 square meters over. I can't speak to on the first comment. I think the chairwoman made a good explanation on it. The contractor is the contractor. I don't work for the contractor. I work for the owner of the property, and anything with a carry-on issue, which is what that contractor had an issue with, is not subject to committee of adjustment. So, and nor to the plans themselves. The plans, all my plans have been built to scale, to code and everything, and follow all that requirement there. I do believe that this, in light of a lot of the applications that you've had before you, this does meet the 4 tests. We are only asking for FSI, and not even a lot of FSI, 20 square meters. Where if I cited other projects in the area, they were up into 0.6, 0.65 even in some approved plans. But I know this is not precedent, so there's no precedent setting. That's why I'm just looking at 20 Brookline itself, and I believe 20 square meters is well suited for this neighborhood.
Okay, thank you, Peter. Peter, just for my benefit, can you please confirm the 2 conditions from urban forestry? Condition number 1 and 2, those are to obtain permits and to protect the trees on the property, and also are those also tying in any adjacent trees on the adjacent property?
Yes, the trees, especially the one that the neighbor from the 18, that's way in the back, and they are not affected with the construction build. So all those trees, there's a cluster of trees on the rear of the property, and those cluster of trees are well set back in the property and do not require anything. The ones that are affected by the house, they are subject to the applications, and we have an arborist report prepared and ready to file that with the forestry department as the conditions require.
Okay, thank you for confirming that. And just for everyone's benefit, because residents are concerned, there will be construction management plan through the building permit process that will take care of any debris issues and construction standards, correct?
Yes, I've never seen anything in terms of debris besides the fact that everything has to be done on our property and we cannot encroach on other people's property without written permission.
Perfect. Okay. No, I think it's important for the residents to get that assurance and an understanding of how the practices are done. Okay. Thank you very much for that. Committee members, any questions for Peter Jerusik? All right. Thank you, Peter. And thank you for all those who took the time to speak with us on this application today. We now take the matter into committee. Committee members, any comments, thoughts, or are you ready for the motion? Right. Mr. Taylor.
Yes, Madam Chair, I'm satisfied that this single variance meets the 4 tests, particularly the fact that it's minor. And I move approval, subject to urban forestry conditions 2 and 3.
1 and 2.
1 and 2, sorry.
Okay.
I'm looking at the one before. 1 and 2.
Okay, so we have approval, subject to condition 1 and 2. May I have a seconder, please? Member Macaulay?
Madam Chair, I'm prepared to recommend approval to second that motion.
Okay, and all in favor of this motion? The motion's carried unanimously and the application has been approved subject to condition. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
So moving to item number 7. Item 7 is for 58 Jade Street. And before we proceed with the agent and the registered neighbor, anyone here for 58 Jade Street? Item 7, 58 Jade Street. Is there anyone here in attendance for that item? I do have a name here.
Through the chair, we have the neighbor participating virtually instead.
Okay, not in person? Okay, perfect, thank you. All right, so there's no one here in person from the members of public, and we do have the speaker registered virtually. So we'll start with the applicant or the agent first, who is joining us virtually, and that is Joe Domb. Can we have Joe Domb? All right, thank you. Hello, Joe, are you with us?
Yes, my name is Joe Dome, 133 Torresdale Avenue, agent for the owner.
Through the chair, my apologies. I just want to confirm for the record, variance number 2, for point of clarification, it's actually it's a required, it's a side yard setback, but for further clarity, it's actually the requested variance is for the east setback.
Yeah, I was coming to that.
Yes, okay, thank you.
I will get that confirmation from the applicant here. So, Joe, as Mr. Deputy Secretary Treasurer mentioned, for item number 2, can you please confirm that it is indeed for the east lot line?
That's correct.
Okay, so you have that confirmation?
Thank you. That'll be reflected in the decision should the committee approve the application.
So should it be called as amended then?
That's correct.
Okay, all right. So the application is as amended, reflects the east lot line at 0.95. Perfect, thank you. Okay, so Joe, would you like to present, or would you like to go directly to questions and answers?
I do have a short presentation.
All right, do you have 5 minutes? So go ahead.
Yes, the owners would like to construct first and second floor additions with interior alterations to the existing dwelling to accommodate their family livability needs. There are 4 variances requested. Regarding variance number 1, the proposed front yard setback is only 0.01 meters closer than the existing setback, and that just applies to a small half-meter portion of wall next to the existing garage. As shown in the site plan, it is consistent with the side yard setbacks of both adjacent neighbors. The large 2-story dwelling next door at number 56 was approved for a similar setback, and the neighbor at number 60 also has a similar existing front yard setback of 7.71 meters. And in fact, all the dwellings on the north side of this stretch of Jade Street are currently existing at similar setbacks. Furthermore, the setback mainly applies to the garage, while the remainder of the above-grade front main wall on both floors are set back further from the lot line. The west half, behind and above the covered porch, is set back a further 1.7 meters to 2.17 meters, while the east side second story is actually set back even further by around 6 meters over the garage portion. Therefore, there is no negative impact for this variance, as it fits well within into the existing setbacks of the streetscape. Variance number 2 refers to the proposed east side yard setback of 0.95 meters for the rear first floor of the addition behind the existing garage. The second floor above is also stepped back to 1.03 meter setback. The exterior walls of the garage are maintaining their existing setback, and impact is mitigated by the fact that the dwelling length on the east side first floor meets the bylaw at 16.6 meters, while the second floor on that side is only 10.2 meters in length. The proposed side yard setback is bumped in further than the garage setback, as well as stepped back to the second floor. The 0.95 meter setback also provides adequate space between the dwellings, and the side main wall height meets the bylaw. The proposed FSI of 0.46 for variance number 3 is a minor increase and below a number of other approvals, such as right next door at number 56, which was approved for a 0.49 FSI. Variance number 4 for the proposed height of 9.39 meters is reasonable, given that a number of dwellings in the neighborhood have been approved for heights of 9.5 meters up to 10 meters. Furthermore, the altered dwelling has incorporated features to mitigate visual massing from the streetscape, such as the second story being significantly stepped back, again, especially the 6 meter step back over the garage. Finally, the proposal also meets the bylaw for lot coverage and soft landscaping, and planning department has no concerns with the application. The neighbor 2 doors away at 2222 Kennedy Road to the east sent in a letter of concern regarding the side yard setback. While we do appreciate their comments, they were mainly referring to their own setback with their adjacent neighbor at number 60 Jade Street. The application at hand will not have any negative impacts on their property. And overall, we feel the proposal is quite reasonable and minor in nature, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you, Joe, for your presentation. Committee members, do you have any questions for Joe? Member Macaulay, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Joe. I'm still a little bit confused. On the site plan, it shows setbacks on the east side, setback of 0.45 to the garage, a setback of 0.42 meters to the garage, and then for the rear yard two-story addition, a setback of 0.95. Now, I understand that you are going to add a building on top of this garage. I'm just not sure whether the 0.95 setback is the appropriate setback, because your plan shows a 0.42 setback. Can you clarify that for me?
Yes, the 0.42 meter setback only applies to the existing exterior walls of the garage. So the new construction would not be touching that setback, and would only be, at least for the first floor, would only be at 0.95. I believe that's why that's reflected in the variance.
So it's the existing garage. Nothing's being built on the existing garage. It's the additions at the back.
Okay. All right. So there's no addition to the existing garage, is it?
That's correct.
That's correct.
Okay, and the existing garage, you're not asking for a variance for it. I assume it's been looked at and either it complies or it's existing in any case.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. I was somewhat confused. Thank you.
Yeah, so yeah, it was a little confusing when you look at the plans, but there's no addition on top of the existing garage, and that's the existing side yard setback to the garage. Okay. Any other question? Member Said.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Joe, I don't see urban forestry condition there, but is any tree is going to be removed or injured? I see there is a mature tree in the front yard.
Sorry, 1 second. No, I don't believe the proposed construction is going to have any effect on that tree.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you for
Additions
confirmation.
At the back, right? It's at the back. There's a very minor addition at the front only, so there's no impact to the.
Thank you. Thank you for confirmation.
Okay, thank you. All right, so let's move on to speak with our neighbor here. Can we please have Janice Law online? Hello, Janice, are you with us?
Hello, can you hear me? Can you see me?
I can hear you, but I cannot see you. Do you want to be on video? You have to turn on your video then. Staff, is she a panelist?
Through the chair, Janice, please don't click the microphone button on your end. Staff will unmute you.
So is she a panelist so she can open her video?
Through the chair, it appears that Janice has disconnected.
Okay, we'll give a couple seconds to her to reconnect. There we go.
You see me and hear me now?
I can hear you, but I cannot see you, Janice.
我一定要看到最主要问题。Okay. Okay. I was really hoping to show you the window situation here because I want my video on, but it's not turning on, so I'm not going to waste everyone's time and just going to launch into my point. Hi, I'm Janice Law. I'm here with my mother, which you cannot see. We are the owner of 60 Jade Street, and that's the property directly adjacent to 58 Jade on the east side. I am a licensed interior designer. I want to say that I'm always in support of development, transit-oriented development and all that stuff. So I came into this, when I received this letter in the mail, I looked at it with open mind. I saw the 4 variants that was requested, and I have an open mind, and I went through all the plans and documentation that was submitted before I make up my mind. However, upon careful reviewing of all the supporting documents, it is my opinion that all requested variants to the zoning bylaws are arbitrary and unnecessary in achieving the purpose of providing a livable home for the growing family. And also to address the earlier, one of the committee member has a question about the garage setback and the proposed addition at the back. So I would like to point everyone to plan Z02.1, that's the site plan. It shows the adjacent property. So I just want to quickly explain to it. So within the property, it just history, there's one side with a lot bigger, wider pathway. That's the 1.19 meter setback on the west side of the property. And then the other side, there's the garage, which has the really itsy bitsy 0.45 meter. And then that part. So if you look at the next plan, if you could flip to the next plan, you'll see the existing condition. So how the existing tenant goes into the basement apartment right now is to go through go by the garage side. So what has happened is there is no fence between 58 Jade and 60 Jade along where the garage is, and maybe extending it to another 2 or 3 feet beyond the garage, and then that's how they get to, the backyard part of the. So they are sharing my side of the 1.2 meter side of the property to get to it. Then there's a gate there, and through the years with the tenants, it's been noise and nuances and all that stuff. So with the proposed variation, I don't see any reason for the proposed setback, the new addition at the back to increase to 0.95, and also to maintain the access to the income property, to the basement property at that level. So in also the second to the third, also to that addition at the rear end of the garage. Right now, what the site plan doesn't show, while it showed the outline of the 60 Jade Street property, it didn't show where the existing windows are. So if you look at that side by side, you will realize that the proposed ground floor office window would squarely look into my existing dining room window. So that's the second point I would like to make. In terms of the request for permitted floor space to go to 0.46 times the lot size, I find that arbitrary and unnecessary because if you look at the second floor plan, the long winding corridor to the bedrooms, I think through efficient space planning, you would be able to achieve a livable home without asking for the variance.
Okay, Janice, so you're reaching your time, so you may want to start closing.
Yep. And the same for the height of the building, aside from the fact that, oh, other people on the street also have that height. I don't find that the fact that asking for a variance, increasing the height of the property adds to making it into a livable home for a single family.
Okay.
So also at the
Sorry,
one more thing
Janice.
about the second.
Sorry, Janice, your time's up. You have been given your 5 minutes to speak, so I will have to unfortunately interrupt you. Okay. So,
All right.
just a couple of things here. So interior space design, space planning is something that we can't help you with. It's a subjective issue. It may seem arbitrary and unnecessary to you, but perhaps it's the designers or the clients and, wish, and that's how they want to design their space. But again, it has nothing to do with the committee of adjustment here. We can help you with the size of the building, but we can't help you with interior space planning here. The matters that you've noted about windows or the new windows that would be ultimately facing your dining space, again, those are merely design issues. It has nothing to do with zoning. We can certainly have the architect or the designer speak to it when we get to him, but unfortunately, this committee cannot help you with location of windows. Fence, I do see a concern here. I mean, again, we'll ask the applicant to see if there's an opportunity to install a fence here, which is a typical requirement between two property owners to install a fence. So we'll certainly get to that when the applicant's back to provide a response. Okay? Members of the committee, any questions for Janice? Okay, thank you very much, Janice. We are now going to go back to our agent here, Joe. Joe, are you with us?
Yes.
Okay. So, Joe, how would you like to respond to the concerns that have been raised by Janice?
Yes, I would like to respond that as far as the access for the side yard, the actual impact over the existing conditions, as we mentioned, the garage setback, that is an existing condition already, and the 0.95 meters is an improvement on that. And if committee would request that a fence be included, so that would be acceptable as well if necessary. But really, there's a lot of mitigation efforts in the design to lessen the impact for the side. For the side yard and the main wall height meeting the bylaw, and as you mentioned, the office window, that's a ground floor window that would not change privacy conditions, and the significant step backs. As I mentioned, the step back for the second floor along the side. On the east side line, that extends out to 1.03 meters. So that further mitigates the impact there. And really, there are no negative impacts really associated with the conditions that are proposed.
Okay, thank you for that. What about the fence in between the properties? Is there an existing fence or is there none? Can you please confirm?
I don't believe there is an existing fence.
The survey plan shows some chain link fence there. Okay.
Sorry, 1 second.
So I'm looking at the survey plan. It shows a chain link fence there. Again, I don't know the extent of that, but it does show a fence and some gates there between the two properties.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
So yeah, there may be a small fence shown on the survey plan, but yeah, I don't know the current condition of the fence there. But if committee wants to attach a condition for a fence, that would be acceptable.
okay, well, thank you very much. I think it's fairly typical for, you know, for a fence to be installed between two residential properties, so that's something that the committee can look at. Any further comments, questions to? Okay, Member State, you wanna?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Joe, I think you haven't, could you please also respond to the concern of the neighbor? I think the earlier speaker, Janice, yes. She also raised concern about height of the building, which is slightly higher what is permitted. And I see there is another property close to that is also their height. So how would you compare the height of your building with the next other building next to you? Or how you respond to the speaker's question, concerns about height of the building?
I believe that the requested height would not have much impact over the as of right height of 9 meters. Also, given the roof design, that would further mitigate it, and the fact that the step backs also help to lessen the visual massing. And there have been other approvals in the surrounding area that range from 9.5 meters even up to 10.
Thank you, Joe.
Okay, thanks. All right, any further comments, questions? All right, I see none. Well, thank you, Joe, for taking the time to speak with us. I take the matter into committee now. Committee members, any thoughts, any comments? Member State, go ahead.
Madam Chair, to me, the variances before the committee, they are minor in nature. Their impact is very low. So, Madam Chair, I put forward motion for approval of item number 7 as amended, and there is no conditions to that.
Okay. May I have a seconder, please? Member Taylor?
I'll second that motion, Madam Chair.
Okay, and all in favor of this motion? The motion is carried unanimously and the application.
Through the chair, you also voted in favor?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Okay, so that takes care of item 7, 458 Jade Street. We now move to the next item. Item number 8 is 45 Weir Crescent. Before I begin, I want to ask for members in the audience here, anyone here for 45 Weir Crescent, which is item 8 on the agenda? I see none, okay. All right, so we'll go to the agent who is connecting virtually. Can we please have Nitin Malhotra?
Yes, hello. Good morning, Madam Chair. My name is Nitin Malhotra. I'm the principal architect of the firm N Architecture Inc. And yeah, we are the applicants for the client.
Okay, so Nitin, do you want to make a presentation or have any comments, or would you rather go in directly to questions?
Madam Chair, we have a very elaborate presentation, and looking at the fact that there are 4 variances, extremely minor in nature, and we have full staff support on all 4 of them, I don't think a presentation is required at this juncture. Later on, if there are any issues or questions, I can certainly request the staff to pull up the presentation and we can go to the requisite items. The only comment I would have prior to us starting the question and answer session would be, believe it or not, we have a building permit for this design, for which we are going, for a committee for adjustment for a variance. We applied for building permit. There was a zoning plans examiner who flagged some items. We fixed those items, and lo and behold, we got the building permit. The owner then, looking at that, he has enough space and there's so much pressure in terms of housing, looked into the fact City of Toronto came up with this new garden suite. So he said, well, let's see if we can try to put a garden suite in the back. And so course of that garden suite permit application, the new zoning plans examiner found out a number of variances which were not there before. And none of these variances have anything to do with the proposed garden suite. So, so we are back, we are at the committee basically trying to ask approval on some of the variances for which we already have a building permit. So that in a nutshell is the background on this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that clarification, Nitin. Any questions? Member Macaulay?
Just one quick question. Has the construction of the building in accordance with the building permit, has that started?
Through you, Madam Chair, no, it hasn't.
Thank you.
The owner would, yes.
Okay. And in the presentation that was submitted by the applicant, which we all have on a file, it does describe the whole, the process. I'll go with Member Taylor and then I'll go to Member Said.
Yes, sir. I think I know the answer to this, but I think you need to put it on the table. Variance 3 appears to be an extraordinary variance. What's your explanation and justification for that, please?
So through you, Madam Chair, the first item I would say, again, our drawings were reviewed by the city zoning staff, Mr. Amar Chaudhry. We have it in writing. We were told the setback at the time would be 6 meter. We gave 8 meter. Everyone was satisfied, and we got the building permit because of that. So that's item number 1. Item number 2, if someone could please pull up our presentation because we have a nice explanation to elaborate on this item.
Yeah, just give a second. So it's
Yes.
few pages down,
Yes, please.
further down, further down, further. There's a page that describes the item for that particular variance.
Yeah.
Almost there. Next. 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 There you go.
So there we go. Yes. So yes, Madam Chair. As I guess you can see from the sketch, the house we are proposing is shown in orange. The neighboring properties, no doubt about it, are further back. Some of them have next to nothing for a rear yard setback. However, if I could just request if you can just jump on the next slide, please. The next one. So this is basically a screenshot of the whole neighborhood. Our property is at the very corner. We have shown the front yard setback for 2 neighboring houses. However, if you see the rest of the neighborhood is lined up very close to the street where we are proposing our setback. It's actually, if there's an anomaly on the street, it's our 2 neighbors adjacent to us. The rest of the houses are all pretty close to this street where we are trying to set up our house. So, that would be our explanation, sir.
I appreciate that very much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Member Taylor. Mr. Said.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, I was going to ask the same question which my colleague, Mr. Don, has asked. So I got the answer for that. Thank you, Don, for asking that. That was really one concern for me too. But since I'm looking at variance number 2, and for sake of clarity, if I ask in the proposed, it is mentioned on the side lot line. So which side of the lot line is this? If I say east side lot line, that make it more clear. So if the applicant have any comments on that.
Yes, it would be the east lot line.
Thank you.
So I guess for the purposes of the notice, if we were to bring in that terminology to apply to the east side yard setback, that would be an amendment to the application?
Through the chair, that is correct, and we would reflect that in the decision for further clarity.
Okay, perfect.
Should the applicant be okay with that?
Yeah, so Nitin, I know you just confirmed, but just for my sake, again,
Yes.
variance number 3 applies to east side yard setback only, correct?
Yes, correct, Madam Chair.
Sorry, it's variance number 2, not 3. Okay. So it's on the screen. Staff has amended it to add east side lot line. Okay, and conditions from urban forestry, Nitin, you have read those?
Correct. Yes. And we have read those and we are okay with those conditions.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to proceed and speak with the owner's father here, and that is Simon Captagon. Can we please have Simon? Hello, Simon, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
So Simon, would you like to say anything?
I think Nitin has, explained everything in detail. All I can say, it's been a very, frustrating process, having gone through pre-zoning and getting comments back and addressing those, and then obtaining a building permit, and then ending up in front of the Committee of Adjustments, while our intent was not to be, although you look like very nice people, not to be in front of you at all. So I'll leave it at that.
Well, I appreciate your comments, and we try to be helpful as best as possible. It's unfortunate that it ended up the way it did, but it's better to be at this point as opposed to, I've seen in my career where people have already started building and getting their occupancies, and lo and behold, matters arise. So you're still in a better spot, I would say. So it's okay. I mean, it's a couple of months, but it'll put you back on track, hopefully soon. So on that note, if there are no questions at this point, comments, I would like to take the matter into committee. Committee members, we're ready? Okay. Comments, thoughts, or ready for a motion? Okay, Member Gary, please go ahead.
Yes, Madam Chair, I appreciated the explanation about the front yard setback. And that being the case, I'm satisfied that the tests under the Planning Act are met, and that I would move approval of the amended application to deal with that east side yard, subject to the urban forestry conditions 2 and 3.
Okay, and may I have a seconder, please? Member Said, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I second the motion for approval of item 8 as amended with urban forestry condition number 2 and 3.
Okay, and all in favor of this motion? The motion is carried unanimously and the application has been approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So that brings us to sort of midpoint of our agenda. I want to ask the committee members if they want to take a quick 5-minute or 10-minute break at this time, because then we don't have a second session. We'll breeze through the remainder of the items then. Okay, yes? 5 minutes? Okay. So for all those listening in, for all the members in the audience, we'll take a 5-minute break and we'll be back with you shortly. Thank you.
centered enough on the video.
I would request everyone to settle in. I would like to start, please.
Through the chair, can you turn on your video?
Yes, please. I will. You're good? Okay, so thank you, everyone, and thank you for your patience. We're back. We're going to resume through the agenda, and the next item that we will now deal with. We're good? Okay. The next item we will now deal with is item number 9, and item number 9 is 40 Teesdale Place. Item number 9, 40 Teesdale Place. Before I begin, I want to check with the audience here. Anyone here for 40 Teesdale Place? Members of the public in person here, 40 Teesdale Place. I see none, all right. There are 2 agents who have registered to speak. There are no speakers in support or opposition. So I'll start with Robert Smith. Is Robert online? Hello, Robert.
Hello, Madam Chair.
Hello. So Robert, how would you like to proceed? Would you have a presentation that you would like to make, or would you rather go directly to questions?
Well, I did prepare a very brief presentation that I'm happy to show the committee if they feel that it's necessary. I think these variances are of a very minor nature, and I'm happy to just go to questions if you wish. I really leave it to the committee.
Sure.
Through the chair, can you, if you may wish to ask, as there are 2 agents registered as speakers, which one will be speaking?
Yeah.
I thought I'm going line by line.
Yes, you're right. I'm sorry. My apologies.
Okay. So Robert, we have agent Mona as well. Is she going to be, or do you want me to check with Mona directly?
That's okay. Mona is an architect in my office. She's not going to be able to attend, I think. I'm not sure if she's attending. She's on another meeting. She had a conflict today, so she won't be speaking.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for clarifying that. Staff, are you okay now?
Through the chair, yes, I am.
Okay. All right. So coming back to Robert, I have a question actually. If you can briefly describe to me, I mean, I've been reading plans forever, but this one really was a little confusing. So if you can just point me exactly where this variance is and what's happening, I would be grateful. So if staff, can you pull up the plan that shows where that variance is, and you can just sort of describe to me which line are we talking about here?
Yes, actually, it might be best to just go to the presentation, Madam Chair, because I think that will kind of show it a little more clearly. Yes. So maybe I'll just quickly describe the project. So this is an overcladding project. So this is phase 2 of a 2-phase project involving 30 Teesdale and 40 Teesdale. So there are 2 residential towers, 24-story towers, each with 280 units, and they're essentially identical buildings. And 30 Teesdale, construction completed on that in spring of 2020. And so 40 Teesdale is going to be identical to 30 Teesdale, except there's a kind of a central colored band that's going to be a unique color for 40 Teesdale. It will be different than 30. And so if you go to the next slide, yeah, this slide here. So, and I actually apologize because this shows just the dimension at the typical inset balcony. So these buildings are, they have, what are referred to as inset balconies that kind of go in behind the main line of the facade. And so you'll see that one is dimensioned, so it's 2.7 meters. And then on the end walls, there are also 2 balconies that are inset, and they're slightly narrower. They're 2.25 meter wide. And that width is the result of the overcladding that is being applied to these buildings. These buildings have very little insulation, and we're essentially recladding them and doing mechanical upgrades to provide the residents with better thermal comfort. and to, make these buildings watertight.
Okay, so going back to the variance itself, maybe it was the wording that was confusing me a bit. Said if a residential building has main walls where a line projecting outward at a right angle from one main wall intercepts another main wall of the same building, the minimum above ground distance between those main walls for any portion of the building, like it just looped, it was a little confusing. So maybe just
It's okay, I
expand
can
on that.
explain.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Yeah, I can explain. So, these buildings were, when they were constructed, they obviously complied with the zoning bylaw at the time, but when the new consolidated zoning bylaw came out, they introduced a requirement where the width of balconies, if you've got like walls that project out from the main wall of the building that define the side of the balconies, for instance, or the side of another building or whatever, that needs to be 5.5 meters. And I think the intent with that was really to help ensure that the units get, enough light, right? Obviously, it's impossible for us to comply with that because that would really apply to a new building. The intent would be for that to apply to a new building. So, we're keeping the balconies as wide as we possibly can while still providing, adequate thermal insulation.
Got it.
And then so variance 1 and variance 2 essentially deal with the height of the building. So variance 1 has that condition as it applies to the lower part, but like from 11 meters down. And then variance 2 applies from 11 meters up.
Understood.
And the conditions are slightly different for each, right? So I think in the case of variance 2, it's really designed for if you've got a podium, like variance 1 would relate to a podium type situation. And then variance 2 would relate to a tower sitting on top of a podium. And if you had like a big U-shaped building, you would want the separation to be basically the same as the height of the building.
Understood. Understood.
Yeah.
Now it's clear. Okay, I couldn't tie the cladding with this together. So now I understand.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's being triggered because you're cladding the exterior walls, and it's because it doesn't conform or comply with the new building, the new regulation. That's all it is.
Correct.
Ah.
That's all it is. Yeah. Yeah. These buildings were designed in 1969 and they were constructed in 1970. And so, now we're applying a 2020 or a 2013
Okay.
zoning requirement.
Yeah, I was somehow getting confused in tying the cladding with this particular regulation, and I just couldn't wrap my head around. So now I understand what it is all about.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for that clarification. Sorry,
You're
committee, I
welcome.
took some time here. Is there any further question? Member Gary?
I'm just interested in the type of the cladding. Is it metal? Can you just describe the material?
Sure, it's a combination. Actually, if you go to the presentation, there are some photographs. So this actually, if you look at the brown one, the brown one shows the existing building. So that's the existing building there. And then the second, the colored image there, that's a photograph showing 30 Teasdale, and 40 Teasdale is the brown building to the right. And then this is a detailed shot of them. So the building is going to have ephes cladding. So that is insulation with an acrylic coating on it, like a stucco coating. That's what a lot of the white part is. That's the bulk of the cladding. And then that's going to have some gray accent ephes stucco as well. But then there's also metal panels. So we're providing kind of a light blue 2.5 millimeter thick bent aluminum cladding that's very, very durable and can take a lot of abuse. And that's going in at the inset balconies. And then you can see in this photograph of 30 Teasdale, there's a sort of bright green stripe, and that is also aluminum cladding. And 40 Teasdale will have a blue stripe instead of a green stripe. And the colors are selected by the residents. So it's going to be a combination of ephes, stucco, and then metal panels.
Okay, thanks very much.
You're welcome.
That was very helpful. And great to hear that it was chosen by the residents. That's even better. Okay. Any further questions? Member Taylor?
Yes, thanks. Robert, could you
Yes.
just take a look at variance 2 for me? The last number in the first paragraph, 53.5 meters. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think it generally is, and that relates to the intent is to relate to the height of the building. So I think the intent of the bylaw is that if you have like a tall building and you're gonna wrap that building, like I don't really understand it essentially. I mean, you're saying that if you're going to have like a U-shaped building, for instance, you know, this main wall has to be set back the same as the height of the building. It's a very onerous requirement.
It is very convoluted.
Yeah.
You get it?
No, I'll be honest, I don't get that part. But
I'm going to say thank you, I think. No disrespect intended on you.
Yeah, that's okay. It's okay. You know, it's a bit of a tricky thing. I mean, you know, when we did 30 Teesdale, none of these items were flagged. You know, we just got the building permit and the project was constructed and it was quite straightforward. But, you know, the zoning department, this time they caught these items, and I think there's really nothing we can do about it. We're doing everything we can to, you know, insulate the buildings, to provide a R20 effective thermal insulation value to the buildings, to upgrade them to like current day standards. And, you know, we're making it a light color so that we get as much light into the units as possible. You know, the existing dark brick, it just absorbs all the light. And so we're just trying to bounce as much nice light into the units. And, you know, 30 Teesdale has been an incredibly successful project. It won an award, and the residents are thrilled with it. And the residents at 40 Teesdale are very excited to see their building be renovated to match their neighbor.
I'm not so much concerned about it, although I don't understand it, but because it's an existing situation, so I'm not really concerned about it. It's just, unfortunately, it's being triggered as a result of an external cladding and renovations, right? But it is what it is. These buildings were built 40, 50 years ago.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Said that. Any questions? I see none. Okay. Well, thank you, Robert, for providing that clarification to us. We would like to move forward with a decision on this. Committee members, are we ready for a motion on this? Member Macaulay, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I recommend approval of this variance. I think overall it is an improvement in the area. It's good to see that we're getting new cladding in some of these older buildings. And I see that there are no issues and no urban design conditions. So recommend approval.
Thank you, Member Macaulay. May I have a seconder, please?
I'll second that motion.
Okay.
I'll second that motion, Madam Chair.
Member Gary seconds the motion, and all in favor of this motion? The motion's carried unanimously, and the application's been approved. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We now move to item 10, and item 10 is for 415 to 419 Milner Avenue. 415 and 419 Milner Avenue. Anyone here in the audience for 415 Milner Avenue? I don't see anyone here in the audience here. I do want to make a comment here. We did have a registered neighbor who wanted to speak with us today, Jin Zi Vu. Staff has advised me that they are no longer available to speak today. However, they have requested that their written submission be heard at the hearing today in their absence. So I will get to it when we get to it. But before we do, let's have the agent here, Michael Cedillo, please. Hello, Michael, are you with us?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee members.
Good afternoon.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you very much, Michael. So, Michael, we have your application here requesting for the vehicle depot to be located closer to the residential zone than what's it's permitted. Do you have a presentation that you would like to make, or would you rather go into questions?
Yes, I'd be happy to make a presentation on this.
Okay, you wish to? Okay, so did you submit something to us before? You did.
Well, there won't be anything.
Oh.
No presentation on screen. I'll just
Oh, sure.
just a verbal presentation.
My apologies for that. I apologize. Please go ahead. You have 5
Oh, no
minutes.
problem. Sure. Okay. As you know, the purpose of this application is to request permission for a vehicle depot use on the southern vacant portion of the property. The subject property is located at the southwest corner of Milner Avenue and Nova Farm Court, approximately 400 meters east of Markham Road. The property is very large at approximately 8.4 acres in area and contains a one-story warehouse and office building. The property is generally surrounded by low-rise employment and industrial uses to the east, south, and west, with townhouse residential use located to the north across Milner Avenue. The location of the proposed vehicle depot in the southern portion of the property is located directly adjacent to other large parking and loading areas to the south, southeast, and west. Property is designated general employment areas under the official plan. This designation permits a variety of uses such as manufacturing, processing, warehousing, distribution, transportation facilities, vehicle repair, and so on. A vehicle depot use is permitted in general employment areas. No official plan amendment is required to establish the use, and as such, the variance requested meets the intent and purpose of the official plan. The property is zoned E 0.6 under bylaw 569/2013. The bylaw permits a vehicle depot use in the E zone. However, a vehicle depot must be on a lot that is at least 70 meters from a lot in the residential zone. The northern extent of the subject property is located approximately 26 meters from a residential RM zone. However, the vehicle depot is proposed to be located in the southern vacant portion of the property, and as such, the vehicle depot will be located approximately 165 meters from the RM zone to the north and behind the existing warehouse and office facility. That is over twice as far as the minimum required distance in the bylaw. The proposed vehicle depot would not be visible from the north side of Milner, where the residential zone is. Given that the requested vehicle depot use is permitted in the subject E zone, but with specific limiting regulations, which the proposed depot does not meet by a technicality, the requested variance meets the general intent and purpose of the bylaw. The property contains an existing warehouse and office facility with existing truck traffic on site for shipping and receiving purposes. The requested vehicle depot use would simply allow for the southern portion of the property to be used for the storage of vehicles separate from the existing warehouse and office use on the property. The vehicle depot use will not have any significant impact on the existing character of the area and daily operations of the subject property and surrounding properties, which are primarily industrial and employment uses on the south side of Milner. The vehicle depot would be accessed from Nova Farm Court, which already serves trucks traveling to the employment area and serving the various properties south of Milner. Furthermore, the proposed vehicle depot would abut other large parking and loading areas to the south, southeast, and west, and therefore would not have a negative impact on the surrounding properties. As such, the variance requested is desirable for the appropriate development of the lands. I also wanted to quickly address a few of the concerns mentioned in the 2 letters of objection from local neighbors, which had to do with noise, traffic, health concerns, and the claim that traffic increases crime levels. We attempted to discuss these concerns with the neighbors, but the neighbors did not wish to speak with us. To those concerns, though, I would like to clarify that the south side of Milner Avenue is fully employment and industrial for over a 5-kilometer stretch in either direction. There are already vehicles and trucks traveling along Milner and Nova Farm, and the property is located right next to Highway 401. We are not introducing a use that does not already exist as part of other operations. A vehicle depot is just a parking lot. Introducing the vehicle depot does not change the character of this long-standing employment area, and quite frankly, a potential increase in number of vehicles in the area will be negligible from a health perspective, given the very close proximity to Highway 401 and all of the other existing industrial uses some of which already have truck loading and circulation closer to the residential sites than our proposed vehicle depot. Lastly, I'm not aware of any empirical evidence which would confirm that more vehicles in an area, particularly in the form of a private parking lot, results in higher crime rates. To summarize our application, no official plan amendment is required for the requested variance. The requested vehicle depot use is permitted on the property, subject to the condition that the use be located on a lot that is at least 70 meters from a res zone. And although the subject property's northern lot line is approximately 26 meters from the residential zone to the north, the proposed vehicle depot would be located behind the existing facility and approximately 165 meters south of the residential zone. That's over twice the required separation distance in the bylaw. As such, the requested variance is minor. I'm happy to take any questions at this time.
Thank you, Michael. Any questions for Michael? Member Macaulay, then Member Said. And then Member Gary, you also have a question?
I did, but it may be covered by my.
Okay, so we'll start with Member Macaulay.
Okay, my first question, my only question really, is where you're proposing to put the vehicle depot. What is on that property at the moment? Is it a parking lot? Is it asphalt, or is it a treed field?
Yes, it's paved, so there's paving there, and it's quite vacant at this time. So there won't be any construction necessary to pave or do anything different to the site. It's a kind of fenced off area that's really not being used by the owners right now.
Okay, thank you.
And Member Said, then Member Taylor, and then Member Gary, I guess. Member Said.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Michael, for your elaboration on that. I need some further clarity on this. I do understand that the variance is very clear to me. Of course, the requirement is 70 meter, while the depot is like it's more than 100 meter away from the residential sites. But my question is, and let me put these questions in small 3 questions. So tell me, it's a warehouse, but what type of warehouse is this? Nature of the warehouse? What's the volume of the traffic there in a span of 12 hours? How many vehicles are in and out in 12 hours? I just want to have an idea of the traffic there. And finally, how many vehicles are parked there overnight in 24 hours? So, and I am asking these questions for adding further clarity into the nature of this property. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll try to answer those as best as I can. So this facility is the Mastermind Toys home office and distribution facility and warehouse. So Mastermind Toys is what this business is. I do not have figures on how many vehicles currently enter and leave this property, but I know that there is a loading aspect of this property in the rear. But I do not, sorry, have numbers on vehicles entering and leaving the property. And I think that you are kind of hinting towards how many vehicles will be added to this. All I can say now is the owner is currently just seeking permission to have this vehicle depot to begin with. So they do not have tenants, if you can call them tenants, using that parking area yet. So in terms of volume of traffic, I'm not aware of the current one, and we don't have the numbers for future.
Okay, thank you, Michael. Yes, thank you very much for mentioning the nature of the warehouse, and I understand Mastermind, the Toys factory is right at the corner, and just beside to that there is a big plant. It's a drug manufacturing unit is there for a long time. A sensitive area in the terms that they are creating some life-saving medicines there. So the area and the pollution, the traffic, that's what I wanted to have an understanding of that. But I do appreciate that your depot is away from the resident sites and it's fully covered. Again, I would like to just tell me more. Yeah, the community planning do says that this depot is not visible from the residence because it is sufficiently landscaped. So when we say sufficiently landscaped, could you elaborate on that?
Yes, certainly. This is actually something that I went out on site and I had to take some photos of all the trees as per the city's request. So I can personally attest to there is a very large number of trees on this property. It's hard to count them. Just the western side of the property is basically completely lined with trees and bushes. And similarly, the north and the east side of the property have a lot of trees and bushes and plants in general. So it is, as city planning staff concur, it is well landscaped. So I think that's what they're referring to, and I can attest to that.
So I just wanted to, for the committee to take a look at the submission here. That's the paved area where the vehicle depot will be located. And I think in terms of landscaping, there's adequate buffer. I shouldn't say adequate, but there is a buffer there already in place on all the three sides of the proposed area for the vehicle depot. And it's surrounded by large parking lots as well, from what I can tell.
Yeah, that's correct. There's parking on the east, south, and west, including loading as well.
Okay, and just for my clarity, Michael, what kind of vehicles are there going to be stored? Trucks or small vehicles, large vehicles?
Again, we don't. The owner doesn't have future tenants lined up yet, but it's possible that it can be a variety of vehicles.
Okay.
So I can't, nothing is certain right now, but it's possible that it's trucks or vans. Typically, I guess a vehicle depot may just be, like I said, it's essentially a parking lot. If someone finishes their shift with their van or truck, they can leave their vehicle that they're going to travel to and from their house at the depot while they are working. And when they're finished their day, they leave their work vehicle here and drive home.
Okay. Thank you for that.
That is just one kind of typical use.
Okay. Thank you, Michael. And I know Member Taylor, you had a question?
Yeah, thanks, Michael. With respect to the residential zone to the north, can you just confirm that that zone's southerly limit is the center line of Milner Avenue? I'm presuming it is, but.
I believe it is the center line, if not, then just the front lot lines or curved area, essentially. So you are correct within a few meters of a guess, yes.
Okay, I'm just trying to get an idea of what the original intent of the bylaw was in terms of separation, but I'm satisfied we have a community planning condition here to ensure that the building is being built at the south end, so it's not really an issue. I was just curious. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Member McGarry, you have some questions?
My question's been answered. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. So I guess no questions on this anymore, but we did receive a request from the neighbor to have his concerns discussed at the hearing. So thank you, staff, for bringing his written submission on the screen. So I'll give committee a couple of minutes just to read through the written submission from the neighbor.
Through the chair, I'm assuming that because this was in the submission, all the members have already read this.
I would like to say so, but I also just want to be fair and transparent here. If someone wants to take a minute to read, and then we'll go from there. Okay. He was initially registered to speak, but is unable to make it. So in his letter, he does provide his objections and reasons for his objection. So again, health and safety risk concerns and property market value decreases is a couple of things that I'm reading at. And environmental issues as well. Okay, any comments, any thoughts on this? Member Said?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for bringing the attention of the committee member for these two objection letters. And that's what I was asking Michael, trying to understand the volume of the traffic, noise, pollution, environment, and the nearby residents' disturbance and all that. Uh, I think, Michael, although if we look at the variance itself is very clear to me and it's minor, but at the same time, if we look into the objections which are raised over here, may not be with reference to the minor. But yes, I would have been appreciated if we know the traffic, how much traffic volume is there, what kind of, as you yourself asked the question, what kind of vehicles are there, how much traffic in a day is expected there, because all these things are, yes, could be a risk, health hazard, environment hazard, and resident will be having concern on that. So I could not find the answer to these questions today from the speaker, but as far as the variance is concerned, that is very clear to me. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Member Said. Member Macaulay?
Madam Chair, I took a look at this, and I also looked at the comments from the residents, predominantly residents who are concerned about traffic and industrial use and the effects of that on their property. However, the application that we have in front of us is for a vehicle parking lot, I'll call it that. That's basically what it is. The land is vacant, and the owner, I assume, is looking at increasing the usability or getting some economic return from the use of his parking lot for vehicles. It's in the middle of an industrial area, surrounded by other industries, surrounded by other parking lots. I have absolutely no issues with this application at all.
Okay, thank you, Member Macaulay. All right, I think we had a good hearing. Michael, coming back to you, we'll now take the matter into committee unless you have a closing remark.
No, I think everything is quite clear and summarized well. If I can close, I agree with what was just said. This is a well-established, long-standing employment area, south side of Milner. For 5 kilometers there's a 5-kilometer stretch, and we're right smack in the middle of it, where there's only employment and industrial uses, including much more intense uses than a parking lot. So I agree, this is a fairly simple application, just a parking lot.
Okay, thank you very much. We now take the matter into committee. Committee members, any final thoughts? Before I do, members say this is why I had the plan up, just so that we can visually also see what was surrounding the particular facility. There are parking lots, there are other warehouse buildings. There's lots of opportunities they're calling it a vehicle depot facility, but at the end of the day, it is a parking lot for vehicles no different than what you see in the picture, those large trucks. So in my personal opinion, I don't see this being an issue. It's already the use, these particular uses already there. That kind of activity is already happening. It just gets down to why they're before the committees, because they had to maintain a certain separation distance from a term called a vehicle depot. But at the end of the day, it is a parking lot, in my opinion. Okay, all right. Member Said, and then Member Macaulay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for that clarity. Yes, I do find a safe passage there, because the community planning must have looked into that, and that's why they are putting a condition over here too, that this vehicle depot will be in accordance with the site and surrounding of the area plan. So that's a good point. So I think if we are, should the committee approve, and with this condition, we are protecting the rights of the residents there. So that's quite good condition there. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for that comment, Member Macaulay.
If the members have no further comments, I'm prepared to move
Please.
approval. Therefore, I move approval of this variance application, subject to the condition that the vehicle depot be tied to the site and surrounding area plan as shown as Figure 1.
Thank you. And may I have a seconder, please? Member Gary, please go ahead.
Yes, I'll second that motion to approve, Madam Chair.
Okay, and all in favor of this motion? The motion is carried unanimously and the application has been approved, subject to conditions. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We now go to item number 11, 72 Gaiety Drive. And Mr. Deputy Secretary Treasurer, you had indicated that there was a request for deferral on this one?
That's correct. Through the chair, that is correct.
Okay, so let me call upon the owner. Before I do, members in the audience here, anyone here for 72 Gaiety Drive? 72 Gaiety Drive. I see none, all right. So we did have 2 registered virtual speakers. So I'm going to go to the owner to confirm confirmation on the request for deferral. And for all those listening in, first matter of the procedure will be to confirm our committee's position on the request for deferral. If the committee defers the application, then we will no longer be discussing the merits of the application. But should the committee not defer the application, then we will start discussing the merits of the application. So I just wanted to clarify that fact here. So we'll begin with the owner here, Mohammed Zahid Hussain. Are you with us, sir?
Through the chair, the owner is not signed in.
The owner is not signed in, and that was the only person representing this application, because I understand the applicant's away.
Just for the record, in case members of the public were not here for the beginning of the hearing, we received a deferral request from the agent to defer consideration of the item to the September 20th hearing, as he is not available for this hearing due to a personal reason.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, so staff has confirmed the request for deferral. The owner is not available or signed online. Committee members, we're clear on the request for the deferral. I will now go and speak with the registered neighbors just to get their opinion or their position on the request for deferral at this time. We're not discussing the merits of the application. So first neighbor, Rani Mahalingam, please. Hello, Rani, are you with us?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon,
Yes.
Rani.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, ma'am, but can you mute your other devices because I can also hear myself through your device?
Okay. Is it clear, madam?
Yes, it's clear. Thank you, Rani. So what we're discussing right now is not the application itself. As you heard from staff, we did receive a request for deferral of this application because the applicant is unavailable to be here today. Do you have any concerns or comments on the request for deferral only?
I do have a very serious comment regarding the front yard setback.
Yes, so I will be happy to hear your comments when we do discuss the application. However, right now, I just want to hear from you. Do you have a concern on the request for deferral, yes or no?
I would like to know the reason for the deferral.
Okay, so staff, can you please reiterate the request for or the reason why the application is being requested for deferral?
Through the chair, the applicant is requesting deferral to the September 20th hearing. They are not available for this hearing due to a personal reason.
So does that help you, Rani? So you understand?
Not at all, because we are the adjoining neighbors, number 70 Gaiety Drive.
Yes, yes.
And I have a serious comment regarding the front yard setback.
I understand that, Rani, and we did receive your written submission as well, so there's absolutely no dispute that you have concerns. What we are discussing at this point is the applicant is requesting for a deferral to the next meeting, and what that means is that because he's unable to attend the hearing today for personal reasons, he wants this matter to be scheduled to the September hearing, so that he can be available to discuss it with the committee and hear your concerns as well. So that's all this committee is looking at right now, is that request for deferral. Do you have a concern with that request for deferral?
Yeah,
Okay,
yes.
that's all I need to know.
September,
Yeah, that's all I need to
I may
know.
not be able, I may not be available. Will the committee prepare to receive my comments again, additional comments again? Because I have an eye appointment scheduled for surgery.
I understand that. If the committee defers the application today, we haven't gone there yet. If the committee defers the application today, it'll be brought back on September. If you're unable to attend that hearing due to personal reasons, we will have your written submission available and we will discuss your written submission at that hearing, at the time.
So what I understand is I made a presentation in writing. Are you willing to accept that written presentation?
Yes, we definitely will accept the written submission when we actually hear hear the application next month.
Okay.
Okay.
So I will be notified about that. Is that correct?
You will be notified
I will be
about.
notified.
Yes, that's correct. You will receive a notice in the mail, as you did for this one, confirming the time and date of the hearing for September, and that for that particular item.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ronnie, for your time. Okay, I would like to go to the next neighbor, please. William Joshua Reed. Hello, William. Hello.
I have no concerns with the deferral.
Perfect. Thank you for confirming that, William. All right, taking the matter into committee now, committee members, I would like to have a motion on the request for deferral, and this would be to the next hearing in September. Is there a date that you can provide?
Through the chair, the next hearing is September the 20th. So we will be sending out, should the committee approve this deferral request, we will be sending out notice by mail.
For September 20th hearing?
Correct.
Okay. So committee members, a motion on this request for deferral. Member Said, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. After hearing the request from the applicant as well as from the registered speakers, since everybody agreed to that, and thank you very much to the registered speakers. And therefore, Madam Chair, I put forward motion for deferral of item 11, Sanadai.
No, it's not Sanida.
This is, my apologies, this is going to be brought back to our next month meeting scheduled for September 20th.
That's correct. So deferral, motion to defer the application until the next meeting in September. May I have a seconder, please? Member Gary, go ahead, please.
Yes, I second that motion to defer to the September 20th.
Okay, thank you. And all in favor of this motion? The motion's carried and the application has been deferred to the September hearing. Thank you. Excuse me. We now move to item 12, and item 12 is 42 Kenmark Boulevard. For 42 Kenmark Boulevard, before I proceed with the agent and the owner, anyone here in public, in attendance, for 42 Kenmark Boulevard? Members of the public here in audience, 42 Kenmark Boulevard. I see none. Okay. So we're going to request the agent, the owner, Amadio Cruz, to be online. Okay. Hello, are you with us, Amadio?
Everyone, I'm Amadeo Cruz. I live at 42 Kenmark Boulevard in Scarborough. I'd like to make a short statement. Me and my wife would like to get an approval from the Committee of Adjustment for a minor variance at my rear yard setback of my property. This minor variance is less than a meter, which is 0.82 meters to be exact. We got also some supporting letters from the neighborhood.
Okay, thank you, Mario, for confirming that. Yes, indeed, there is one variance only for this application, and it is to construct a deck, single-story addition with a deck, with the rear yard requirement, which is required 7.62, and you're proposing 6.8. So it is 0.82 meters of a reduction in the setback. Thank you for confirming that. Members of the committee, any questions for Amadio? My only question to Amadio would be, Amadio, Urban Forestry has reviewed your application and they have recommended a condition number 2. Have you had a chance to look at that, and do you have any questions on that? Amadio?
Yes, we have review on it.
Okay, so you've reviewed the condition?
Yep.
Okay, all right.
Submission of complete application for a permit to injure or remove trees. Privately owned trees. We don't have any of those trees.
Okay, perfect. So you've confirmed you have no issues. And also Metrolinx wanted to include a condition to include a warning clause. And again, my request to you is, have you looked at it, and do you have any concerns with that Metrolinx condition? And it is a warning clause to be added. Have you looked at it?
Yes.
Okay, and you have no
And
issues?
we agree on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
Perfect. Thank you very much for confirming that, Amadio. I would like to now call upon Joel Sivas, who is the friend of the agent, to speak. Is Joel with us? Okay. Joel is not signed online. Okay. So coming back to Amadio, thank you very much for confirming that. Members of the committee, do you have any questions for Amadio? It's a very minor application. Okay. I see none. So thank you, Mario, for speaking with us today. I take the matter into committee now. Committee members, can I please have a motion on the application or any comments? Member Said?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The applicant has acknowledged the understanding of the conditions of urban forestry as well as condition of the Metrolink. So with that, Madam Chair, I put forward motion for approval of item 12, subject to the condition of Metrolinks as well as urban forestry condition number 2.
Okay, thank you. And may I have a seconder, please? Member Macaulay? Okay, thank you. And all in favor of this motion? The motion's carried and the application has been approved unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. You're welcome. We now go to item number 13, and item 13 is for 3445 Shepherd Avenue East. Before I proceed, anyone here in the audience for 3445 Shepherd Avenue East? Okay, I see none. Let's proceed with the agent here. So can we please have Matthew Halo, the agent? Hello, Matthew, you with us?
Yes, I am, Madam Chair.
So good afternoon, Matthew. We have your application before us, and how would you like to proceed? Would you like to do a presentation or go directly to questions?
I'd like to just give some brief remarks on the application and a brief overview.
Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Sorry, let me just X out of my email so it doesn't keep thinking. Okay. Hello, committee. My name is Matthew Halo. I'm a planner from Weston Consulting, the agent on the application representing the landowner and applicant for the subject lands located at 3445 Shepherd Avenue East. The committee is familiar with the subject lands and the proposed development on the subject lands. as a committee granted an approval for 13 variances that were previously sought through application A295/20SC on September 22, 2021. The subject lands afford site plan approval and are currently under construction, with the project reaching a building permit issuance milestone and construction of above grade structural components. The application before the committee today seeks approval of 2 variances for relief from the provisions of the parent and site-specific zoning bylaw to facilitate the slight modifications and the proposed development on the subject lands. The first variance seeks relief from Performance Standard 321 and Schedule B Performance Standard chart of the zoning bylaw and the site-specific bylaw to address a slight increase in the maximum permitted dwelling units for the entirety of the subject lands, which have been slightly modified from 352 units to 378 units as a result in unit splitting and an increase in the total number of dwelling units solely in Building A. The number of units in Building B and the townhouse blocks remain the same. The request for the variance stems to address market conditions as it relates to larger dwelling units in Building A. I'd just like to note to the committee that the subject lands, there are no specific zoning bylaw provisions that relate to the number or proportion of 2 or 3 bedroom units, notwithstanding the proposed developments with the modifications proposed as part of the minor variance application meet the official plan as it relates to larger units to accommodate the growing up guidelines. The second variance seeks relief from Performance Standard 455 Schedule B Performance Standard chart to slightly reduce the minimum required vehicular parking spaces from 412 to 406 as a result in a slight increase in the total number of dwelling units proposed to be constructed on the subject lands. It is my planning opinion that the proposed variances meet the 4 tests of a minor variance under the Planning Act. If the committee would like, I can further delve into my opinion on this. We have worked through the variances and comments and concerns raised by transportation services and committee staff. Staff are in support of the variance application, and we have received positive staff reports and memos with no outstanding comments to be addressed. We acknowledge that there are urban forestry conditions that have been provided, and it is my opinion that the applicant has worked through some of those urban forestry conditions as part of the site plan control application, and that any outstanding conditions posed by urban forestry staff can be fulfilled. I'd like to thank the committee for their time and appreciation for considering this application today. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. Members of the committee, any questions for Matthew? Member Said?
Thank you, Matthew. Both a question and a comment on that. So, Matthew, the overall application is, I just try to understand how this is going to the impact on the overall impact over the residents or the amenity spaces. So, the current number of units is 352. You are increasing to 378, so there will be an addition of 26 units, 26 additional units will be there. Now let's talk about the parking. Existing parkings are 406. And even not only talking about the additional parking, but within the existing parking of 406, it's going to be reduced to 405. So 1 parking space is less. And the number of additional units is 26. So how you provide a justification was that when the population or the intensity is increasing there, residents' numbers are increasing, units are increasing, but on the other hand, you are decreasing even the current number of the parking spaces there.
Matthew? Is Matthew online or muted?
Yeah, sorry, committee members. I couldn't unmute myself. I put myself on mute and then I don't have permissions to unmute. So thank you to the Secretary Treasurer for unmuting me.
Sure, please go.
through the chair, Member Said, I appreciate your comments. So just to recap on the application itself, we've afforded zoning bylaw amendment approvals. We've sought committee variance approvals that don't relate to increase in number of units, and we have site plan control approval. So as part of the due diligence process with city staff, we sort of passed by community planning staff the idea of splitting the units. So it's essentially a reduction of the 3-bedroom units, an elimination of a 1 4-bedroom unit, and a reallocation of some of the 2-bedroom units to allow for more 1 and 1+ den units. So I understand, I appreciate the fact that there's 26 additional units above the 352. As it relates to your first comment in terms of amenity space, we've actually increased the number, the amount of amenity space. So the minimum has increased. So in terms of outdoor amenity space, we have 3.13 square meters per dwelling unit, and the minimum is 2.0. And for the indoor amenity space, we have 756 square meters of indoor amenity space, which is the 2.0 square meters per dwelling unit. So in terms of the modifications to the plans, it's mostly an internal modification as it relates to the floor plans for the units themselves. We've accommodated additional amenity space indoor to accommodate to meet the minimum. There's no revisions to any of the site plan components at the ground floor as it relates to functionality of maneuvering vehicles, as it relates to loading or daily operations of the development. In terms of the parking spaces and the reduction, Leah Consulting, who's our transportation consultant, has advised us and provided supporting materials to support the reduction in the minimum, and it's a small reduction from 412 to 406. And so as it relates to the 406 spaces, there was a concern from Transportation Services staff as it relates to the allocation of the 406 spaces. So what we have is we meet the minimum requirement for visitor and the non-residential component, and the reduction is solely for resident parking. And as you know, the site is located on a future Shepherd subway extension or LRT or whatever the discussion may be. And the units that are being increased are 1-bedroom units. And as you know, 1-bedroom units are typically geared towards people who commute via transit. And notwithstanding that, I mean, the reduction from 412 to 406, the parking count per unit is pretty good. Generally speaking, it's close to the 1.0, resident and visitor. So I hope that answers your questions. Generally speaking, I mean, the site previously was approved by the city from a site plan control application component perspective, and it's my opinion that it's minor in nature and meets the other tests, the 4 tests.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Matthew, for that elaboration. The good thing is I'm glad to hear that, in fact, you are increasing the amenity spaces, which is good for the residents, and that's a good point too. Again, let's go back to the number of the parking 406. From 406, it's going to be decreased to 405. At least, would it be possible for you to consider that to maintain the number of the existing parking, like not to decrease from 406 to 405? And if it is decreased one parking lot, is this the visitor parking or the parking for the residents?
To clarify, through the chair, Member Said, it's my understanding that the rate is 406 spaces, and the reduction that we're seeking is from 412. So I'm happy to sort of point things out to determine where the 405 is coming from.
We'll go with the notice. The notice says required 412, proposed 406.
That's correct.
At this point, I'm not looking at the assessment or the report done. I'm looking at what's
Yeah.
before us.
Yes, the proposed one is like 412, right?
No, the
No,
proposed.
sorry, to clarify, member Said through the chair, the minimum required vehicular spaces is 412 based on the increase in the total number of units from 352 to 378.
378.
So the demand is 412 based on a rate that was approved through the site-specific zoning applications. And that rate is based on the type of units. So the standard itself, notwithstanding, the parking requirements from the base zoning bylaw or from the site-specific, the variance that we're seeking is for total number of parking spaces. Now, the demand has obviously increased because there's been an increase in the number of units from 352 to 378 as a result of the additional 26 resulting from the unit splitting reduction of the 3-bedroom, 4-bedroom, and a few 2-bedrooms. But from an overall perspective, it's my opinion that it's a slight reduction. And I can do the quick calculation here in terms of the proportional change, which is it's pretty minor in nature, and it's a very slight reduction.
Does that satisfy?
So it's about a 1.5% change in terms of parking demand.
I understand. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Yeah.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Thank you for that clarification. And again, it's on Shepherd and Warden. Transit corridors, far more efficient transit than the neighborhood that I live in. So I think there's adequate opportunities for people to use transit as well. Should everyone not have one parking spot available or more? Any further comments before I proceed to Michelle, the neighbor? Okay, all right. Let's proceed and speak with the neighbor who has registered to speak, Michelle. Can we please have Michelle? Hello, Michelle.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Michelle.
Hi, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Michelle Nguyen. I'm at 74 Aragon Avenue, which is east of the property, and we'll be sharing the property line, and which means I'll be directly being impacted by all the construction, increase of population, and also increase of the traffic and lack of parking, if there is lack of parking. I have several concerns negatively impacting my property and neighborhood. First and foremost, I would like to address the fact that the dwelling units increase and parking space decrease kind of doesn't make sense to me. Why is there parking decrease, and what are accommodations in regards to visitor parking? The reason for this is that just during the construction, I have seen an increase in traffic, increase in people parking along Aragon, way beyond the 3-hour limit, and which many vehicles are using Aragon to consistently get to the 401 highway ramps, as well as parking over 3 hours, causing congestion on our street. What considerations have been made for parking signage and traffic flow? So that's my first concern. The second concern is that with the dwelling units increase, I have concerns about the height and privacy for my property. The building is directly behind my property, obstructing my view of the skyline, and will diminish the privacy to my property. In addition to that, I am wondering about what accommodations have been made for the school system with the increased number of people that will be moving into these units. What is being done with that, as well as accommodations for having a more crowded and louder neighborhood, which is already being shown through the construction that is happening. In terms of some personal concerns I have, it's with the trees and fences being damaged right now, will it be replaced after construction along my property? And what is being done in regards to the construction being loud and disturbing, sometimes even causing the vibrations to happen on my property. And finally, this has been brought up before, but I want to know more about how this is going to be impacting my property's market value. Sorry, that was a lot. If you have any questions, let me know.
Okay, so thank you for your submission, Michelle. So I'd like to first clarify a couple of things which we can, as the committee, help you with and provide some facts. Matters related to the variances, I'm going to defer to the applicant. So in terms of the height, there is no height variance being sought here. It meets the regulation, which was, I believe, done through the site-specific zoning bylaw amendment at the time. That what we have today, there's no request for increased height. Okay, so that I can.
So how will they increase the number of dwellings? Does
They
it
are-
affect the height at all?
No, it doesn't affect the height at all. It's some internal movement and types of units that they are doing. So as you heard the applicant say that there were some 3 and 4 bedroom units, which they're now splitting into 1 or 2. So that's adding to the number of dwelling units. But to my knowledge, there's no increase in height to the building. They meet the regulation. So there's some internal adjustments of the floor plans that's triggering that's causing the number of dwellings to be increased. Okay?
Okay.
Number 2, traffic movement, signage, again, those are all matters that are outside of this committee's jurisdiction, but I can tell you that if you do see violation, if you do see, people making some, or traffic issues, you can certainly contact the city at 311, I believe, and express your concerns, and I'm sure they will be able to help you.
So with that matter, the number of parking spaces that they are proposing, is there enough visitor parking so that people don't end up parking on Aragon in large amounts?
Okay.
I would like some consideration towards that.
Okay, so I'll have the applicant respond to that. That's something for him to defend, his request for reduction in parking. So I will not be able to help you, but I will request the applicant to do that when his time comes, when his time is up. So now in terms of signage, we can certainly request the applicant to put in adequate signage and whatnot. For the school, as part of the planning approvals, all applications are circulated to school boards, and school boards, take those numbers and work on their enrollment numbers and whatnot. Again, that's matter outside of the committee, but I'm just giving you as an information that school boards are aware of what kind of developments are occurring within a certain area, and they have the numbers according to that. In terms of construction, anytime there's a construction project, there are construction management plans that are prepared, which the applicant has to adhere to with respect to where the construction traffic's going to come, leave the property or enter the property. There's, mud mats that are put in, there's there's fencing that's put up, there's hoarding that's put up to make sure that the construction is all contained within the property and on site, and there's no impact to the adjacent neighbors. There's timing of construction within which they can operate certain equipment, so that addresses your noise issues. But again, those are matters outside of our jurisdiction. When the time comes, and if you do observe that there are practices of construction and noise that are exceeding, you can certainly contact the municipality to look at that. In terms of trees and fences, we can certainly talk to the applicant to address those concerns. If there are any damages, what the repercussions would be or the fallback would be. Market value, we can't help you with that. And I think that's about it. That's the list of issues that you had raised. And on that note, I would request committee members if they have any comments or questions. I don't see anyone. So Michelle, I hope this was helpful, but we'll have the applicant respond to the specific concerns related to the application. Okay?
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you for taking the time to meet with us. So coming back to Matthew.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Michelle, thank you for your comments. I really appreciate it. It's part of the planning process. We appreciate ongoing feedback as it relates to development applications. And I've noted your address, and I'll make sure that the applicant is made aware and the developer is made aware of some of your overarching concerns. As it relates to the application itself, and the first item I'll discuss is parking. So as I alluded to previously through the chair, we meet the visitor and retail parking space. In fact, there's actually not a stipulated retail non-residential parking rate in the site-specific bylaw, so we had to go back to the base bylaw. And for the committee members' knowledge, the minimum parking space requirement based on the number of units we're proposing for visitors 57 and retail 27, and we meet both visitor and retail parking demand requirements. So Michelle, to your point, through the chair, there's adequate space for visitor and retail based on the minimum rates that are stipulated in the site-specific zoning bylaw and the base bylaw as well. And in terms of the unit splitting, as alluded previously, it's a unit splitting to reduce the number of 3-bedroom, 2-bedroom, and 4-bedroom units and reallocate into one and 1+1 bedroom spaces.
Okay, thanks, Matthew.
You're welcome.
Michelle also raised some concerns about what if there are damages to trees and fences on her property or impacts. Could you also make a note of
Certainly.
that? And I'm sure there's solutions to that as well.
Absolutely, and I'd like to note through the chair to the committee that 74 Aragon abuts the townhouse dwelling, which is they're 3.5. Sorry, the townhouse blocks on the east side. They're 3.5-story buildings, and it's in a neighborhood designation, essentially 74 Aragon, and our urban design considerations take that into account.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much. Members of the committee, any questions for Matthew? Okay, and Matthew, I'm sure there's a lot of things that you're already dealing through your site plan application, but.
Through the chair, Member Said has a question.
Oh, Member Said.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to comment on Matthew's explanation. That's good. And again, but Matthew, it will be even further clear to me. I just wanted to put this
Yes.
on record that you, as the transportation section, has been communicating to you, and that you are maintaining at least minimum or maximum 57 visitor parking and 11 accessible parking. So you are confirming that, right?
Through the chair, member say that's correct. We've modified our site plan to accommodate the minimum parking spaces for visitor retail, and that includes accessible spaces throughout. We have 11 accessible spaces. There's actually an ability to add an additional 12 accessible space if needed and demanded. Furthermore, as it relates to the overall parking count and demand, we're exceeding the minimum bicycle parking provided by one space. So for those who in a transportation corridor and those who don't drive, there's adequate amount of bicycle spaces, and they probably won't be used. Generally speaking, like they probably won't be that full. So there's more than enough.
Okay, thank you. Is this a condominium building or a rental building, Matthew?
It's a good question, Chair. It's a condominium building, so a plan of condominium is forthcoming. It's being constructed in phases, but it will be under one condominium corporation.
Okay. All right, perfect, thank you. Okay, so I just wanted to confirm with you, you have conditions of urban forestry. You did receive advisory comments from transportation services, and you're aware of those, and you have no questions or concerns about those, correct?
That is correct, Chair.
Okay, so thank you very much to everyone who discussed this application. I take the matter into committee now. Committee members, do you have any comments at this time, or are we prepared with a motion? Member Said, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the applicant as well for putting all the things very clear. I'm glad there is a confirmation on the number of visitors parking as well as accessible parking. Bicycle parkings are also there. So with that background, and I'm glad that transportation section have gone through this process very thoroughly. They have been communicating with the applicant. This is really good. So, Madam Chair, with that background, I put forward motion for approval of item 13, subject to the urban forestry condition number 2 and 3.
Thank you. And may I have a seconder, please? Member Gary, please go ahead.
Yes, I second that motion.
Okay, and all in favor of this motion? The motion's carried and the application has been approved. Thank you.
Thank you, committee.
Moving to the next item, this is item 14. And item 14 is for 55 Karen Ridge Crescent. Before I proceed, is there anyone here for 55 Karen Ridge Crescent, members of the public and audience today? 55 Karen Ridge Crescent. I see none. Okay, we'll move on. We have the agent, Anthony Bartoloni. Is he online? Okay. Hello, Anthony, are you online?
Hello.
Hi there. So, Anthony, do you have a presentation or would you like to make remarks, or do you want to go directly to any questions? Should the committee have any questions?
I can give a brief overview of kind of the merits of our proposal. And then if there's any further questions, I'm more than happy to answer at that point.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Okay, my name is Anthony Bartolini, and I'm the registered agent on this file. Just as a brief summary, the variances in front of us today are in relation to a deck in the rear yard, a swim spa, and a small rear porch that we are proposing in the rear yard of the property. As I mentioned, I will just give a brief summary. And if there's any questions in regards to any of the variances at hand today, I'm more than happy to answer. The variances on the staff report seem quite minor in nature, and we are motivated to get a favorable vote from committee today. As I just mentioned, that's my brief summary, and I'm happy to answer any questions that there may be in regards to our proposal today. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Members of the committee, do you have any questions? Okay, I see none. All right.
Through the chair, Member McKay has a question.
Oh,
Just want to briefly ask about the swim spa. Is that like a lap pool? And I just haven't gone through all the plans. Is it an interior or is that outside?
Through the chair, just to answer Mr. McKay's question there, swim spa is almost similar to a hot tub. That one's going to be within a deck area, but it's more similar to a hot tub than to a pool. So it's more of a movable item per se.
Thanks.
So it's not necessarily built into the ground. Hope that answers your question.
Yes, thank you.
okay, thank you. Did I miss anyone for questions again? All right, let's move on. I see that the owners have also registered to speak, so I will call upon the owner, Paul Charlton and Nancy O'Brien. Hello, Paul, and hello, Nancy.
Nancy O'Brien, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Nancy.
There, hi. I was just wanting to be available in case there were questions for us. That's all.
Okay, thank you very much. Members of the committee, do you have any questions for Nancy? Okay, I don't see anyone with a question, so thank you for taking the time. Nancy, at this point, there are no questions for you. Okay.
Thank you.
Going back to the agent, Anthony, Community Planning has submitted a staff report, and the recommendation is that should the committee approve this application, that it be tied to the site plan. Do you have any concerns with that?
Nope, we are in agreement with that condition and have no issues with that. Thank you very much.
Okay, and it's site plan number A2, so.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay. So committee members, if there are no further questions or comments, can I please have a motion? This is for 55 Karen Ridge Crescent. Who would like to put forward a motion? Member Taylor, please go ahead.
Yes, Madam Chair, I'm satisfied the variances meet the 4 tests under the Planning Act. And I move approval, subject to the Community Planning Department condition.
Thank you. And may I have a seconder, please? Member Gary, go ahead.
Yes, I'll second that motion to approve, Madam Chair.
Okay, and all in favor of this motion? The motion is carried unanimously and the application's been approved, subject to condition. Thank you. So that.
Thank you guys very much.
Okay, thank you. So that brings us to the next item, item 15, which I have a conflict on. So I will remove myself from the council chambers and I will request Member Taylor to chair the item for me. Thank you.
Okay, item number 15 is an application for consent. We have the agent, Nadeem Irfan. Nadeem, are you online?
Yes, Mr. Chair. My name is Nadeem Irfan, 10 Miller Business Court, Suite 710, Scarborough, Ontario, M1B 3C6.
Okay, thank you. I'll call on you in a moment, Nadeem. I don't have any other speakers on my list. Is anyone in the audience here to speak about 365 Midwest Road? No? Okay, then. So I guess we're just going to hear from you, Nadeem. I think I'll just give sort of a brief understanding from my own perspective on this item. It's really a technical consent. Consent, in fact, was granted to divide this property in November 2021. The problem is the lot frontages and areas were not set out properly. So hence you're back today to get a correct approval with correct area and frontages. And also going back before that, these two parcels, as described in the application, were originally separate legal lots, and title got merged in 2005. So that brought about the need for the severance. Am I correct? Nadeem?
Yes, Mr. Chair, you're absolutely correct.
Is that an accurate sort of outline of facts related to
Yes,
this?
sir.
Okay. And I'm just gonna, I don't think we need a full presentation, but I would, depending on what you wish to say, I would certainly like to hear how the lot areas, as described in the 2021 application, were so different than what we're looking at today, like three or four times larger than the actual areas as I understand them to be. So could you maybe,
what happened
in addition to whatever else you may wish to say, could you sort of address that issue? Okay,
Yes, Mr.
Nadeem.
Chair. I think it was just a calculation error. The last application was made by using a very old survey where I think the applicant made a mistake with imperial to conversion of metric, and that's what exactly happened. The nature of the lot, frontage or the lot area has not changed. As a matter of fact, the lot frontage and lot areas comply with the zoning bylaw. There is no lot area requirement as per se of the zoning. Minimum lot frontage is, I believe, 24 meter, and we have more than that. And we ran the zoning certificate for the part 1, and part 2 is larger than that. Part 2 and 3 are larger than that, so they will comply. And there is no comment from any of the agencies or the staff. We have worked with the staff on the back end, considering the previous comments and conditions. So as of now, we only have one condition left, which is basically considering an easement, which is part 2, denoted on the current draft out plan, and transportation actually accepted that. So we just have to, as soon as we get the notice of decision and the final binding, we can take it to the land division, land registry, and register it, and then matter will be closed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Sir, I think you've already alluded to the transportation condition of approval, but there's also conditions of approval requested by engineering and construction services. Are you aware of and okay with them?
We have reviewed those conditions. There's only one or two conditions from the transportation and engineering.
There's a condition from the Transportation Services Department, and then as well, there are conditions from engineering and construction services.
So the memorandum we have, it shows 3 conditions, and they are all 3 from transportation services.
Okay, I'm just taking a look myself.
Through the chair, there's also engineering construction services comments and conditions and Metrolinx there's a Metrolinx condition regarding a warning clause.
Okay, thank
We are
you.
aware of that.
You're aware of that, Nadeem? The Metrolinx condition
We
as
are
well?
aware of that, Metrolinx, and we have reached out to them. They are ready to make the exemption because there is no construction proposed and there is no alteration to the building. So we have been working in parallel with the Metrolinx, so they are good. It's just the conditions are three. Advisory comments from maybe engineering, we have it, which we have actually addressed it. We demonstrated these buildings have two separate connections, and they're separate. Water and sanitary connections are separate.
Okay, thank you. Do any of the members have any questions for Nadeem on this item? Yes, Member Said?
And thank you, Nadeem, on the elaboration. Just I was not clear while you were presenting, just giving that the information on the ECS conditions, right? And as well as the transportation section. So the transportation sections have saying that if part 2 is shared driveway, minimum the driveway width will be 6 meters. So are you confirming that this will be a shared driveway? The part 2 will be a shared driveway, and you are confirming that you are going to show compliance to these recommendations?
To you, Mr. Chair, yes, precisely.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
No other questions? Anyone prepared to propose a motion? Member Said?
Thank you, Chair. I am okay with this consent application. I put forward motion for approval of item number 15, subject to the conditions by ECS, Transportation Services, as well as Metrolinx.
Is there a seconder? Member McCauley? All in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Member Taylor, for taking that for me. Okay. So moving to now item 16, and item 16 is 48 Brumwell Street. For 48 Brumwell Street, is there anyone here in the audience to speak on that application? 48 Brumwell. Oh. Thank you for your patience this morning. So I would request all the speakers who want to speak to come and sit at the front. So when your turn is up, then you can speak at that time. So while you're being seated, I'm going to begin with the agent. So can we please have Mark Jacobs, the agent, online with us? Oh, I'm so sorry. You are Mark Jacobs. My apologies. For some reason, I thought it was the either neighbors or someone. My apologies for that.
All good, all good.
You see, 5 minutes I'm away and I'm losing track of it.
We're used to being online and in person. It's all good.
We're still kind of managing all that. So we have Mark Jacobs here, and we do have other speakers here. We'll get to the introductions at the time. So Mark, over to you now.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Mark Jacobs. My address is 37 Patricia Drive. I'm a senior planner at Big Larry Group and the applicant for minor variance and consent applications at 48 Brumwell Street. The purpose of the applications is to facilitate a transfer of a portion of the rear lot of 48 Brumwell Street to their adjacent neighbor at 52 Brumwell Street, also referred to as a lot line adjustment. The application does not propose to create any new lots. It simply moves the property line between the two neighbors approximately 16 meters to the south. The existing land uses and buildings will remain the same. There are no plans for any construction or any alterations or additions to the buildings. The area being transferred is it's 1,489 square meters. Should the lot line adjustment be approved, this would result in the lot area for 48 Brumwell Street to be less than the minimum lot area required of 3449.2 square meters, which was the lot area when zoning bylaw 569/2013 was enacted. As such, variances were requested to permit a reduced minimum lot area. The rear of these properties is subject to Adams Creek and is within the natural heritage system. This has such generated a number of issues with respect to the proposed lot line adjustment. The main issue is the conveyance of the rear of the properties to Toronto and Region Conservation Authority, where the ravine passes through, as outlined in their comments as a condition of approval. In addition to the conveyance, conditions to install fencing and to prepare a planting and monitoring plan are owners for the owners. These conditions are completely opposite of the intention of the owners of 52 Brumwell Street to acquire the lands from their neighbor. They have maintained and cared for their lands, including removing invasive species from the ravine area. They are stewards of the land and will extend that care to the portion of the lands being transferred to them. Community Planning, in their comments, recommends refusal of the applications, stating that the proposal does not comply with the official plan. The particular policy states, consents to sever land or approval of plans of subdivisions will not be permitted for any parcel of land that is entirely within or part of the natural heritage system unless A, the land is being conveyed to the TRCA or other public agencies, B, which is still before the Ontario Land Tribunal, or the key word, an assessment of the impacts of the natural heritage system has been satisfactorily completed. It is subsection C that permits the severance, as there are no impacts to the natural heritage system. As mentioned, there is no construction being proposed, nor any lots being created or changed. It's just a change in the property line. How do you assess something when nothing is being physically happening? For that reason, we did not provide an assessment at the time. We noted in our response to comments there will be no impacts to the natural heritage system because of the simple fact that construction is not being proposed to the existing buildings, nor any new lots being created, which would facilitate future construction of a dwelling. Community Planning's fourth set of comments dated August 21st noted that an appropriate assessment of the natural heritage system has not been completed. At the same time, we did submit a letter, which you may not have received, but it was dated August 21st from our ecologist, noting that there will be no impacts as a result of the transfer of land, and it's not considered development. Again, how could there be any impacts if there's no construction or development proposed? The lands will remain in the same state, as not even a tree or a fence is proposed to be removed. This is also not the first time that 52 Brumwell has been subject to a consent application. In 2018, the Committee of Adjustment at the time approved the severance to create a new lot. There was no requirement or condition at the time, as part of that approval, for any conveyance of lands to TRCA. This is not a justification for the approval of this application, just a statement of what had happened previously. Our justification for the approval is the fact, as noted, no construction is proposed, thus no impacts to the natural heritage system, as supported by the letter from our ecologist, Palmer. With respect to the 4 tests and the minor variances, the intent of the official plan is maintained as residential uses will be maintained within the neighborhood designation, and there are no impacts to the natural heritage system. The proposal is in keeping with the zoning bylaw, as the residential uses are being maintained in accordance with the RD zoning. Only adjustment to the lot area is required, but that lot area is in keeping with the surrounding neighborhood, which has a number of large, deep lots. The minor variants are appropriate. Further, they are minor in nature, as there is no construction proposed, nor any new lots being proposed. I also want to note that TRCA originally provided clearance with respect to our. Yep, just a couple more.
And I think your speaker is not on. Is it? Was it on? You may have to speak closer into it.
There's a red light.
There's a red light? Okay.
Sorry, I will speak closer. Just in my concluding remarks, I just wanted to note there, TRC originally provided a clearance for this application, as they didn't consider it development. We also received an email from Community Planning, or not from Community Planning, but from them, stating that they have no concerns. It was only later that TRC revoked their permit, provided their current comments, and then thus Community Planning provided updated comments or their reports.
Okay.
So in closing, I'd ask that the committee approve the application, but withhold the conditions outlined in TRCA's comments. We've reviewed the other conditions from ECS and Urban Forestry and have no concerns. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mark, for your submission. Members of the committee, any questions for Mark? Okay, thank you very much. We'll come back to you if you have
Thank
any
you.
questions. Okay, so now I'm going to request the owner, Dina Del Luca, to speak.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. You may want to lower your speaker now. Perfect.
Thank you. I'm here on support of the application, both for Stephanie and Brian, the DaCostas, and support everything that Mark Jacobs has just suggested. I am the Dina DeLuca. I live at 15 Ivan Road in Scarborough. I am the estate trustee, the executor in the estate of the property on behalf of my parents. Just want to give a little bit of background, just to kind of echo what Mark had said, and a little bit of background on how we acquired the land. So my parents purchased the home, 48 Brummel, in July of 1980. They were the original and the only homeowners of 48 Brummel. Back in 1980, when they purchased, as part of the offer to purchase with Bramblewood Developments, was the option to purchase a larger parcel of the land, of which this is what the application and what this is about. The larger parcel of the land was both behind 48 and 50 Bromwell. The offer included an option agreement for Bramblewood to repurchase the larger parcel. The said option was to run for a period of 20 years with an expiry date of September 12th, 2000. Bramblewood did not exercise their right, and I do believe the history on that is because they were aware of the fact that there was no opportunity to develop in that land. The homeowners passed away a couple of years ago, and then in May of 2022, the DaCostas approached us wanting to discuss their desire to purchase the land that was behind 50 Bromwell. They expressed their desire to maintain and preserve the land, fostering an environment for continued wildlife and natural vegetation. Having grown up at 48 Brummel, it was very, very common for us to see wildlife, including many different types of birds and deers in the background, usually feeding off of the vegetation, fruits, trees that the previous owners, my father, grew. We, as owners of 48, did not seek nor have any intentions to transfer the land to the DaCostas for the purpose of development or for any other financial purpose. Our first interaction with the DaCostas was from a handwritten letter that they placed in our mailbox. The letter expressed their desire to discuss the possibility of purchasing, as their plan for the land was to maintain it at a place where animals and birds could benefit from. In all my discussions with and interactions with the DaCostas, they clearly want to purchase the land and to maintain and preserve it. You know, if there were, I don't know if there's pictures, but as part of the presentations, there was a letter from the DaCosta, and there was also some pictures that depicted how dedicated and how much considerable time, effort, and cost they have dedicated in cleaning up the land behind their property at 52 Brummel, sorry. This is something that my family, my father was very particular about, maintaining that land. It's comforting to know that they will take care of the land in the same way that our family has taken care of it. I do believe it's a rare and mostly unheard of, and any resident taking on the time, the effort, the cost to clean up some land. And again, I think that's a true testament to their passion and dedication to ensuring this environment fosters and perseveres the land and protection for the wildlife. You know, as Mark indicated, in line with the TRCA, I think their model, their vision is to enhance regions' natural environments and protect the land, and that's clearly what the DeCostas are looking to do. I personally have some concerns around some of the conditions, in particular the conveyance of the land and installing a fence along the boundaries. In the 40 years that I've been at this property, the wildlife was free to roam, and I think this will prohibit that. In closing, again, the ultimate goal of the DeCostas is really to preserve and maintain the land, and they've demonstrated that with their time and their passion and even this entire process, and I hope you take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Dina. Any questions for Dina? Okay, thank you. All right, I will now give the opportunity to Brian DeCosta, who's the neighbor here is in support.
Thank you very much. My name is Brian DeCosta. My wife Stephanie is up in the audience, and we're the owners of 52 Brumwell. We moved there about 2.5 years ago, and we purchased the property because it backed onto a small ravine, and we really have enjoyed nature and the wildlife. Over the last 2.5 years, my wife and I have been diligently cleaning up the debris and garbage that is collected in the hazard lands or the TCRA land over decades. We removed over 2,000 pounds of garbage from the property and disposed of it at our expense. We've also spent a lot of time tackling the invasive plants like the dog strangler vine, the wild garlic mustard. And as you saw in the pictures, that's allowed some of the natural plants to flourish, which has in turn supported the wildlife. As we were working on the yard, we noted that Dina's property is a landlocked piece of land. There is no road access to it, and so we thought we could expand our desire for gardening or stewardship of the land, and so we approached her to see if they would be interested in selling us the land. We thought it would be a pretty simple transaction. In our mind, we're essentially saying, hey, 50 odd years ago, a line was drawn on a piece of paper. All we're doing is saying, why don't we'd like to move that line 50 odd feet to the south. Because it is a landlocked piece, there's no road access to this land. This process doesn't create a new address. There's no need to put utilities on, and nor did we, ever envision building anything or touching any of the trees, etc. We have spoken with the neighbors. I don't believe you have any comments from neighbors, but we did speak to 50 Brumwell, the neighbors at 50 Brumwell, 46 Brumwell, and 56 Brumwell. And they're all happy that our plan is to just simply look after the land and preserve it, because all of us enjoy the wildlife corridor. And so in terms of what we're asking is that the committee examine what the proposal is. It's a severance, I guess, but it's really a property line adjustment, and so that the conditions that in terms of conveyance of the land we don't feel are appropriate, and we request that the committee approve our the request to adjust the property line without any conditions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Brian. Members of the committee, do you have any questions for Brian? Member Said, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Brian, for the elaboration on that. I was just wondering, let me know about what's the lot area at this your place, which is I have some calculations before me, but I just want to reconfirm from you. So what's the lot area of 52 Brumwell?
Existing lot area?
Existing lot area.
So 52 Brumwell is 4,043.8 square meters.
Okay. 4,000 and
4,043.8 meters, square meters.
Yeah, so we can say 4,044. So this addition is going to increase the lot area from 4,044 to 5,533 square meter.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And this is going to be, is there any lot which is of this size, this big size in the neighborhood? Or this is going to be the biggest lot in the area?
I don't know. Do you know, Mark?
Through the chair, I don't have any exact numbers. There are a number. I mean, a lot of these lots on the west side of Bramwell are deep lots. Possible that it will end up becoming the largest lot. In terms of, if you look at what 48 Bromwell Street is, it currently is another large lot. So, I mean, I think, yes, 52 will end up becoming probably the largest lot in the area, but it's not. There are also a mix of smaller lots as well as the deep ravine lots.
48 Bromwell consists of two lots in the back. My parents acquired the land behind 48 and the adjacent to 50. So all along it has been a double lot, and it's just moving over that line lot adjustment.
That's I do understand. Yes, a piece of land is going from 48 to 52 Bromwell. Now, my concern is that 52 Bromwell is already a very big lot in the area, but the existing lot. After the severance, addition of another 1,000 or 1,500 square meter, increasing to 5,500 is a very big lot. So what the impact of this severance will be, it is leaving a one lot, which is 52 Bromwell, will be a very big lot, as contrast to the 48 Bromwell, which is going to be deficient in size by almost 1,500 square meters. So that is the ultimate impact, which do not give me a good feeling that one lot is becoming too small in the area, the other lot is becoming too big in the area. So that's what I need your thoughts on that.
Okay, so first of all, let's procedurally, who's responding to? I need one person to respond to, unless it's directed to a specific.
Mr. Brian.
Oh, to Brian? Okay. Okay, is it Brian? Okay.
So there are many different size lots in the neighborhood. For example, 50 Bromwell, I believe, is 50 by 120. Across the road, most of the lots are 50 by 120, maybe 50 by 150. Sorry, I have to use feet. I don't know the metric for this. And then some of the properties that come from Centennial Road, which are directly behind Bromwell, there are some very deep lots there. I think they're well over 500 feet. So we have a neighborhood that has has been developed over time and has quite a variety of different size lots. And in fact, 48 Bromwell would still be one of the larger lots on the property, because most of the neighbors are 50 odd feet wide by 400 and something feet deep. And so we recognize that it will be a big lot. However, for most people, they would not even know that anything has changed, because there are no fences between the properties back there, and nor are we planning to put up a fence. So from the impact in terms of everyone around the neighborhood, no one would actually know anything is any different.
Okay, all right. Any further questions at this time? Okay, let's move on to speak with our next speaker, and that would be Mark Ruppus, who's a senior planner at Mark Ruppus at TRCA. Can we please have Mark?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Just wanted to say further to our letter dated June 29th, 2023, to Ms. Ashley Varayo at the Committee of Adjustment. We have no further comments at this time.
I have a question for you, Mark.
Sure.
I understand that the TRC is recommending a conditional approval. Did the TRC consider making or having these conditions fulfilled prior to any approval or prior to further processing of the application? There's a lot in there. There's a lot of conditions that the TRCA is recommending, which includes staking and, you know, submissions of surveys. And there's a lot of work that, in my opinion, should have been the homework. Is there a reason why TRCA is recommending a conditional approval?
Well, you're right. There is a lot of work to be done to reach a point where we could see a plan that we could approve. It might be best if the applicant were to move forward and accept these conditions or these requirements, that the application be deferred so that a revised application could come forward that would address all of our policy requirements. That would be ideal. But what we have been hearing thus far is the applicant is not willing to entertain conveyance of the natural heritage system lands to public ownership. So, however, if that were to change, the application would be, all of this work would have to take place in advance, and we would see a much different proposal, I'm sure.
Okay. And as a follow-up, this is a regulated area, right? This is a TRCA OREC permit area, correct?
Yes.
So any future development, and I'm sure the applicant is in agreement to the conditions and will be in agreement to the conditions, but regardless, no permit will be issued until all these conditions would be fulfilled, correct?
Well, at this, a permit is required for the purposes of construction or placing fill or grading.
Right.
So at this point in time, I can't verify if a permit is required. However, in terms of the conditions of the conveyance, obviously the city would have to confirm prior to the registration of the consent application that the whether or not a permit is required or not, would also have to confirm with us whether or not the applicant has satisfied all of the conditions. So definitely there's planning conditions involved, and at this stage I can't really say for sure if a permit would be required until we know if there's actually any physical
Site alteration.
changes alterations going to occur, and I'm not sure of that at this point.
Sure. No, all I was trying to understand was that should there be any development or site alteration in the future, that will be required to go through a permit process, and, you know, matters of this nature are also requirements of, you know, of those permits as well. But at this time, I'm going to check with the applicant if there is any intention of development or site alteration at this point, but that was more for my clarification. And as you said, these are all conditions. Should this go ahead and should the committee approve this, these are all conditions that would be required to be cleared by the applicant, and confirmation of these conditions and clearances be provided to the TRCA, and then appropriate sign-offs would have to happen at the time. So I just wanted to get all the facts right and on the table at this point. Any questions for Mark from members of the committee? Member Macaulay.
Yes, if our staff could show that overall plan of the Adams Creek Valley corridor. And my question to Mark once we get that plan back up. No, the Valley Corridor, the overall one, not just the individual property.
So location map maybe? Or a aerial view?
I think he had a location map showing the corridor. This one is probably good. So, the lands to the south of this property in green, Mark, are you aware of whether those are in public ownership? Or
Okay, yeah. So
TRCA's ownership?
So if you're referring to the block that's in green,
Yeah.
shaded green, yes, that block I believe is under city ownership.
Okay. And then the lands to the north, which are also green in block, I believe are also either in city ownership or TRCA ownership, correct?
Correct. Yeah.
So basically what this is a creek, Adams Creek Valley corridor, and there's lands in between the north part of the corridor and the south part of the corridor that are still in private ownership. But the overall intention of the city and TRCA is that the best way to protect those lands and keep them in their natural state actually is to create an ownership piece by piece from the north to the south until that entire area is green, similar to what you can see on the other side of not Brummel, the next area over. That's an entire park
The large swath.
ownership. So what we're looking at here really is trying to create two segments that are of a valley corridor that are separated at the moment by private lands, but over time, the intent of the city and the intent of TRCA is that that corridor be in public ownership. Is that correct, Mark?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. No other questions, Madam Chair?
Okay. Any further questions? Or can we, Member Said.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mark, being with us in the committee's meeting today. I just want to, just a technical matter which is not very clear to me, so since you are here. Site stacking was conducted as far as the 52 Brommels 5 years ago, and it's going to be expired this year, 23, so that is required. Is that would be also required for both the properties, like 48, and usually what's the, like how much time it's going to take?
So, yes, we would stake, if the applicant were to work with us, we would stake both the limits of the natural feature for both properties and have the staked features identified on an updated survey. That process can happen relatively quickly. We make arrangements to meet on site with their surveyor, and we will place stakes in the ground to identify the natural feature limit. And then the line gets obviously plotted on the survey, and any basically on the survey, and the 10-meter buffer is applied to that feature limit.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you so much.
All right.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, we're good. Okay, so let's move on. And any further questions for either the applicant or the owner at this time? Mark, would you like to make some closing remarks before we take the matter into committee?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Just with respect to some of the conditions from TRCA, and just to give an overall idea of like what the whole purpose of the application is for, is the lands that are subject to being the conveyance are the lands that are important to Mr. and Mrs. DaCosta. So for having a condition of approval to convey the lands to TRCA, and, you know, obviously we'd go through the staking exercise and everything that's required with that, it just doesn't make sense for them to go through with the actual consent application. So if if the committee decides to approve the application with the conditions as requested by or indicated by TRCA, the owners are likely just to not fulfill the applications. The lands will remain in private ownership until for as long as they own the land, at least. With respect to there's a comments with respect to permits. So yes, those would be required from my understanding if there's any site alteration or grading. As noted, there's no plans for any buildings to be constructed. There's been some discussions on, you know, some landscaping in the rear yard, but those would be outside of the TRCA regulated area. And if they were, you know, they would be subject to the TRCA permit approval process.
Okay, Mark, I may not have heard you correctly. So the owners and the both the parties are okay with the conditions of TRCA as proposed?
No. They are not okay with the
They're
conditions.
not okay, yes.
Well, I'm just saying that if the committee were to approve with those conditions, the likely event is that they'll stop working on the application. They will not fulfill those conditions, and ultimately, the approval will lapse.
Okay, all right. I may have misunderstood that. Okay, so members of the committee, are we clear on this? Should we take the matter into committee now? Okay, so we'll take the matter into committee. Thank you for your submission and for Brian and Dina to come and speak with us. Taking the matter into committee, any thoughts, any comments? Member Said and then Member Gary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much to the speakers and also to the Mr. Mark for all that elaborations and information. Madam Chair, my thoughts and my comments will be that I'm still of the view that this severance, ultimately, I'm looking at the ultimate impact of the severance, whether it's a conditional approval or not. But the thing is, ultimately, it is going to be against the character of the street or the lot areas there. So one lot is too big, the other lot is too small. Although the parties do agree with each other, but it doesn't mean that that they should be respecting to the lot areas there in the area. So, Madam Chair, with that thoughts and my comments on that, I am not supportive of this application.
So you're not supportive because you have concerns with the lot areas?
Yes.
Okay. But that has nothing to do with all the TRCA matters, right?
Yeah, TRC matters come next to that.
Okay.
I am just thinking
concerned.
before that, when the lot areas, lot size, lot frontage, character of the street and all that. So with that.
There's no change to the character of the street. It's a lot addition. It's a lot line moving at the back, at the rear.
Yes, even it's not visible at the front, like Mr. Brian was saying, that perhaps the neighbors won't even note it.
Right.
Right. But I have to look into the total impact on that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, I just wanted to understand. Go to Member Gary.
Yes, thanks. And to the owners, really admire the stewardship that you've done and had for the land and appreciate that. But one difficulty I'm having is you're asking for certain minor variances, and one of the things we're supposed to look at when we're considering minor variances is the intent and purpose of the official plan. And the difficulty here is that there's a policy in place that essentially says that if such a variance is granted, TRCA has a TRC. It has to be a conveyance TRCA.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm problems with the minor variances because of that. I think that's all I can say, and just to hear from other members.
So Member Gary, again, just point of clarification, you have concerns with the minor variance, not the consent per se?
Well, no, I'm not saying that, Madam Chair.
Okay.
I hear, Mr. Saeed has said, and, you know, variance is asking for lot area here, but
I see.
I'm just saying, I think it's a stumbling block, which is too bad, but it's there,
Okay,
policy.
okay. Member Macaulay?
Okay, Madam Chair. Consent application is creation of lands and transfer of lands to another owner. That's the whole intent of what you are trying to do here. But there is a broader issue at play, and that was the one that I was making reference to. There's an overall desire, it's usually province-wide, so it's not even just in the city of Toronto, that the sensitive lands, especially the valley lands, be owned and maintained in public ownership. The municipalities, whether it be Toronto or whether it be TRCA, usually do not have the financial ability to go out and acquire all these lands at one time. And so as applications come forward, they try to pick up the pieces of land that are necessary for them. This committee's seen this all along the Scarborough Bluffs, where properties come up for renewal or a change, and TRCA asks for dedication of those lands to be in public ownership because of the overall desire either to protect the lands or to protect the owners in terms of the bluffs from hazards and damage. In this case, that is what we've got here. When I brought that plan up, you can see at the north end, they've acquired some of it. The south end, they're trying to acquire it. We should not be frustrating the public view of trying to protect sensitive lands. By changing this over in ownerships, we're frustrating it because we're putting in a new owner that the municipality or the TRCA would have to negotiate with in terms of acquiring lands, which is part of their overall plan. For that basis, Madam Chair, this consent does not comply with the policies of the official plan, and therefore I'm not in support.
Okay, if I can add to what Member Macaulay said, and Mr. Jacobs, this is probably not the first time you're seeing this. Anytime development occurs, whether consent or any planning approval, there's always conveyances of lands and widenings, road widenings, and for agencies and municipalities, development applications are an avenue or a tool to acquire those pieces for the larger interest of the community. So I see this no different, and as Member Macaulay pointed it out on the map, there's two pieces of, open space and significant environmental lands, and I think as development applications come in, this sort of, it's more like a piece of a puzzle, so the puzzle will start to get complete, and there would be contiguous natural heritage feature all along. So I understand the intent of the official plan, I understand the intent of where TRCA is coming from, and on that basis, I feel that it is necessary, if I were to, in my opinion, committee, if I were to approve this, to impose that as a condition, because that is a logical way to make sure that the larger interest of the environment and the public is protected. Letting this go, the reason why I asked the permit question was that is also another avenue. Should there ever be a development or site alteration in the future, that would also be an avenue for TRC or the municipality to get that conveyance. But at this point, what we have before us is consent, which is considered development, although it's lot line adjustment, but it is considered development under most of the planning policy documents that we have encountered in our careers. So I'd say that should the committee move forward, and I don't know the sentiment of the committee at this time, but if the committee move forward or put forward a motion to approve, I would recommend that the condition from TRCA be included. It would, and it's up to the applicant then at the time, or the property owners at the time, to decide whether they want to pursue the application or not. We're here to protect the larger interest of the community and to make sure that it meets the intent of the official plan, which in this case is certainly to make sure that the natural heritage is protected. That's my 2 cents for the day. Okay, so on that, I think we've had a good hearing, we have good deliberation. I think we should move forward with a motion on this application. Member Macaulay?
Madam Chair, I'm prepared to move forward a motion to refuse the consent application. It would do nothing to further the interests of the municipality or, in fact, the entire province to acquire sensitive valley lands in public ownership for their protection and the protection of the community at large. So my recommendation is refusal. I think even if the applicant is approved, as the representative has said, he's not willing to deal with TRCA, and therefore the application would simply die because they would not be able to meet any the conditions. So the applicant had the opportunity to ask for a deferral and continue to work with TRCA. The applicant can always come back to TRCA and work with them, but the application in front of us, my recommendation is refusal.
Okay, may I have a seconder, please? Member Said seconds the motion, and all in favor of this motion? Okay, and all opposed? I oppose the motion. However, the motion gets carried and the application has been refused. Okay, so moving on to the last item on the agenda for today. It is 12 Deep Dean Drive. And anyone here in audience for 12 Deep Dean Drive, please come forward to speak. And none of you are the agents, correct? Okay, so the agent is online? Oh, sorry, you are Henry Chu. So this is the problem, staff. I see virtual and then there's in person, so I think we just need some clarification going forward.
Come. Good afternoon, Madam Chair. My name is Henry Chu. I'm the agent for the owner of the property at number 12 Deep Den Drive. And Mia Legan is my client and just sitting behind me.
Okay, all right. So Henry, and we do have neighbors here as well, right?
Yeah.
You're here. Okay, perfect. Okay, so Henry, I'll give you 5 minutes and please describe your application.
Thank you, ma'am. Yeah, I would like to do a quick introduction of the subject property. It's in a neighborhood, what we might call the Highland Creek Village. Deep Den Drive is a very old street that was developed back in the 50s or 60s. And they have large lots, a lot of trees, deep front yard setback, and also bungalow or 1.5 story, 2,000 or 1,500 square foot homes. At that time, it seems to be appropriate. And slowly the area changed, and the services were introduced back in the 1989. And before that, I guess like a large lot with well and septic are common, and deep setback also are very common, and large trees. And that's what the people mostly enjoy. But through time, slowly, new development coming in, services were introduced into the area. Well and septic is no longer operable. And we have municipal services. And this property is what I might call the largest interior lot in the area, which has a frontage of 32 meters and a depth of 60 meters. Immediately to the south, there are some new houses which introduced maybe back into the 80s or 90s, and because of the new services. On the north, it's still relatively old houses, bungalow, 1.5 story, and again, in a deep setback from Deep Den Drive. With these conditions, that my client looking at the, I guess we might all know the housing crisis, looking for new houses or intensification in the area, and 32 meter lot by 60, which we would consider is a huge lot. And we're going to divide it into 2 lots, what we might call is still a large lot within the area. The official plan calling this area as a neighborhood. The secondary plan of the Highland community, it's calling it a large lot area. The large lot area under the secondary plan, they call it a lot area that has more than 830 square meter, would consider as a large lot. And this lot, each one of them, after it's severed, it still would consider as a large lot because they all have 925, 960 square meter. We have, the zoning bylaw is changed from the Scarborough bylaw to 569/2013, what we call the current bylaw that is applicable to this property. The zoning is still remain as RD without specifying the frontage or the lot area. So all application that's coming in would have to go through if it needs to be severed, and then it needs to meet the official plan, to meet the zoning bylaw, and also there are variants that we are also looking at. We have 5 variants. 2 are related to the property size and frontage. And then the other 2 is related to the frontage of this property is a sloped land, and which requires 7.5 meters, which would make the house look a little bit obscure. And then we measure the length and the depth by the setback line. That's why we have 17 as the maximum, we have 18, and then the depth also increased. And overall, the area that I still would call it meets the intent of the official plan. It's a secondary plan, the zoning bylaw, and it's minor and appropriate in the area. The house that we have proposed, we don't have side yard or building height variance. We only have the lot size, lot frontage, and the building length and building depth. And a lot of people don't understand the building length and building depth. They thought it's something that is exceeding the bylaw. It's because the way it's measured. It's measured from the 7.5 meter setback line perpendicular to the back of the house. So in a shape like this property, it would measure, if you look at the proposed site plan, then you will see the measurement, how we measure the 19 meter or the 20 meter. In addition, I guess it's because of today's, the way that new houses were built, it's not going to be any 1,500 or 2,000 square foot house. It's a 5-bedroom house, 2-story, 2-car garage. It's very common, and generally that's what we see in today's new development. And in addition, there might be even a potential to build a garden suite behind these 2 lots. So we have memorandum from urban forestry, traffic, development engineering. They all have no objection to this application. And if there's any question, that I will be happy to answer.
Thank you, Henry. Comments or questions? Member Macaulay, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just looking at the variances, and yes, it's lot frontage, lot area, building length, building depth. You addressed those. But I see that, if I'm not wrong, you're also asking for an FSI of 50.7 times lot area versus the 0.4. What size house would that be? And why can't you make it at 0.4?
It's the house is a 5-bedroom house, 2-story, and it's just like a square box on top of each other. And it has about 5,000 square foot house.
And that would be at the 50, an FSI 0.5.
That's correct, yeah.
Gives you 5,000 square foot house.
Right.
Thank you. And that's for both lots, right?
For both lots, yes.
Identical. That's all my questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member Macaulay. Any further questions? Okay, Henry, thank you.
Thank
We'll
you.
speak with the neighbors and we'll come back to you
Sure.
for rebuttal.
Yeah.
Okay, so going to our first neighbor, Robert Malaysia.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Robert Malizia, and I am the homeowner of 8 Deep Dean, directly beside the applicant. As a resident of Highland Creek for 53 years, on behalf of myself and my wife, we strongly object to the severance of the lot and the requested variances. First of all, lands along both sides of Deep Dean Drive and side streets Derrick Drive, Bramber Road, and Ackland Crescent are designated large lot areas. This is clearly seen on the Highland Creek Community Secondary Plan, which is submitted and included in my objection letter 4. This area has been zoned as such to accommodate less intensive form of residential development, maintaining the existing residential character. The zoning bylaws require minimum lot frontage of 32 meters. The applicant is asking for 16 meters, half of the required minimum. Reducing the frontage requirements could have drastic events, as many of the properties on the street could also be divided. This would open the door to a complete change of the nature and aesthetic beauty of the entire street. Residents of Deep Dean Drive have chosen to purchase their property and live in a community that they believe will continue with the existing zoning traditions. What is being proposed by the applicant will result in a complete upheaval of this fine residential area, and my belief and that of every resident on the street that I talk to is that a change in zoning bylaws would be a serious mistake and could lead and could not be corrected and would have a negative impact on the entire neighborhood as a whole. The variances that the applicant is requesting are by no means minor. With respect to the minimum lot area required, 1,891 meters square, proposed 966, 51% of the required. The minimum lot frontage, 32 meters, proposed 16 meters, 50%. The applicant's request for variances to overdevelop 2 homes exceeding over 5,500 square feet each are excessive and do not preserve or keep the integrity of the community. What is the purpose of the oversized homes? This would be an imbalance to the existing dwellings and not what residents expect. Residents of Deep Dean Drive want to preserve the green space and our accustomed way of living, as seen by the petition signed by neighbors in objection letter 4. Unfortunately, because of time constraints to submit the petition, many residents did not get the opportunity to sign the petition. The arborist report is also questionable. There is misinformation on the report, and one of the trees, I believe it's labeled number 5 or 7, is not a Siberian elm as stated, but rather a black walnut tree. This tree is endangered and should be protected. The applicant has asked to have this tree eliminated. The walnut tree can have a life expectancy of 150 years. The applicant is aware of this tree, and urban forestry has also been made aware. Many of the trees requested to be eliminated are mature trees that have been around in excess of 15 years and should be preserved. Our street has no sidewalks and curves, and quite narrow for a country-type feel. With the proposed oversized dwelling, parking and water drainage from rooftops would also be problematic. As I am sure that the committee is well aware that earlier in this year, there was a similar proposed development for 2 4,500 square foot homes on 14 Ackland Crescent, which was turned down because it was not suitable to community standards. In conclusion, I would like to reiterate to the committee that my wife and I, along with many neighbors, strongly object to the proposed severance and variances. Firstly, this is a large lot area and must be preserved as such. The variances requested are not minor by any means with respect to minimum frontage or minimum lot area required. The general intent of the purpose city's zoning bylaw and bylaws must be maintained. Thank you for listening and for the opportunity to speak. I'm open to any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. I have a question. Are there other lots on the street that are narrower or smaller than this lot?
Yes, mine is one of the smallest lots on the street. It is 57 feet in frontage.
So translating that to meters, approximately 18, 20, 16 to 18 meters? Okay, all right. And are there others as well?
I'm sorry?
Are there other lots as well, or is yours the only one?
I believe there's only two,
Okay.
and they were subdivided 20 years ago, 22, 23 years ago.
Okay, all right. Member Taylor, you have a question?
Well, yeah, I was getting to the same point. Like, in essence, you don't want what's beside you on this other side. Like, number 6 and 8 look like number 12 severed. It looks like he's proposing to do where you live. 6 and 8 look like what he has.
Okay. First of all, the lot area between my neighbor and I would be a total of 57 would be 114 feet frontage, okay? So if every time we notch off 5 feet off of the frontage, pretty soon everybody's gonna be severing because there's a number of lots that would fall into that. Secondly of all, my house and my neighbor's house are both in the 3,200 square foot, not 5,500 square foot, with double entrances and a proposed 8 bathrooms per house. Questionable as to what the intent is.
Okay. I'm just looking at the lot fabric in this area. There are, as you said, Robert, your property is also in the realm of 57 feet frontage. There's 6. There's others as well. So it's a mixed play. There's more. There's some a little bit more. There's some maybe a little bit less. So it's all over.
Maximum is larger size.
Okay, I'll come to you, sir, in a minute. Okay, all right. I just wanted to get that fact for our analysis. Any further questions? Okay, thank you, Robert, for taking the time to meet with us.
Okay.
We're now going to speak with the other neighbors. So can we have Sarah Thangarasu and Vijay Theragaraja?
My name is Saravan Thangarashu. I'm living in 16 Deep Dane.
16?
16 Deep Dane.
Okay.
I have opposed for this plan because I already sent you an email. I mentioned 8 important points because of this development coming in a one home lot. They try to make it as a 2 home in the same place. This will going to reduce the side yard setbacks and homes will be close together. This would change the area character and street cap of the neighbors. There will be intensification of larger lot in a developed and mature area. The existing lot is not underutilized. The proposed building size and scale is now out proportion given the density of adjacent properties. Construction of the proposed new homes would increase the building coverage of same land by more than 100%. This increased building coverage would reduce the ability of the land to absorb the storm water. This would increase the livelihood of the flooding of adjacent property in adverse weather events. The proposed lots would be among the smallest in the neighborhood.
Sarah, sorry. So you've submitted this in written to us, right?
Yeah.
So we have that. We've read your written submission. Is there anything else you want to add today?
Okay. Apart from this, when we bought my property 10 years before, it was very small bungalow house. I tried to renovate the home. I'm not changing any extra anything. I use the same concrete foundation. We build the home which is matching with the neighbor without creating any trouble to my neighbors. We're not consuming more land area. We the same frontage, the back, the size of homes, only we increase one layer, but which is similar with my neighbor deep drain number 18. So we don't want to give any differentiation to any of my community people. And these properties, each people, if any permit if we provided, they can able to make building and then they can try to sell out the property. That's the only thing will happen. The people living in very long time, they have the home, they're maintaining properly. There are a lot of long aged trees are there. We try to maintain everything, same ecosystem. Very hard to keep the ecosystem, but very easy to demolish. But we don't want, that's why we are opposite for this. Mr. Vijay, he's also talking.
Okay, thank you very much. Just before you go, sir, any questions from the committee members for the speaker? Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair and the committee members, my name is Vijay Tyagaraja. I'm just talking on behalf of Mr. Sara Tangarasu. His main concern is, right, if we allow this one, right, this will become a precedence to build other houses also similar. Then right now, right, the total area in that neighborhood will be almost similar to the two houses what they are going to build. Because it's 5,500 plus 5,500 is going to be 11,000 square feet. So these are bungalow houses and all, right, it's all 1,000 to 1,500 in average. Right? It's the number of houses in between that, it's only maximum is around 15 houses. And the total length of the street is only 250 meters. So within the 250 meters, if you're going to crowd all these things, the whole character of the neighborhood will be changed. And the whole atmosphere will be changed. So this is not appropriate for the area's character. So that's why his main thing. So it's a matured area and just maintain the same style like bungalows or that kind of style houses only. So it should not be changed. That's what his point is. Thank you.
Okay.
If you have any questions, you can always ask.
Any questions for the speaker? Okay, there are none. Thank you, sir. So can I have Henry please come back and respond to the concerns that have been raised? And you will have 5 minutes, Henry, to respond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I guess change is difficult for people to accept sometimes. But in a neighborhood like this street, like they all enjoy the countryside and they don't want to see changes. But nevertheless, it's the options of people that own the property in this area. Number 2, number 6, number 8 were developed it by consent application back into 1989 when they have services brought into a deep drain drive. Across the street is another corner lot, number 1. It's also would be redeveloped and turned into another free house on the, just like the same across from 2, 6, and 8. Further down north, I don't think there's any other property would have the same, 120 feet or 32 meter frontage and 60 meter deep. So in terms of meeting the frontage and the area, it's not setting a precedent to the property north of it unless the Highland Creek Community Bylaw or secondary plan change. Because at the present time that we still have to comply with that 830 square meter, being the minimum lot area under the secondary plan. The 14 acres land, it was turned down. It's not because of the lot area. I guess it's also because of the corner property. It's a corner property with 35 by 35 and try to develop into 2 lots. It's difficult in my mind. So I guess it's not setting a precedent. It's what we would see as afraid to see changes. And the countryside type of street in the city is slowly would evolve. How many new houses were built in the past 40 years? I would say it's only 3. It's 2, 6, and 8. And then the rest of it, there might be renovation and additions. Because a lot of them, it doesn't qualify to be able to sever into 2 lots and meeting the frontage 32 meter is not the minimum frontage in this area. 32 by 60 is the lot size that's number 2 has. And to sever it, we split that into 2. That's why like we have, it's not like doubling or reducing the lot area by half. Because under the bylaw RD, it doesn't say it has to be 32 by 60. So that's the new bylaw would establish, and without specifying the minimum lot frontage. Not like the other property behind Deep Dan Drive, that they have 15 meter, which is being the minimum lot frontage. The new bylaw would specify RD F15, then we have a 50-meter lot. But in this particular street, because it's called for a large lot in the secondary plan, 830 is what we look for. And if their property cannot meet that requirement, then we will say you might need to have a official plan change. So some of those it's not going to set a precedent because of this approval. And I guess like the tree impact that we have an arborist report saying there's 26 trees, there are 10 trees affected, and we also are aware that they need a tree injury or removal permit, which is going to safeguard any mature trees. If we cannot preserve, then we would have to adjust the development in order to get that building permit for the building. So I would say the intent of the official plan, the zoning bylaw, it's desirable and appropriate in this area, and I would expect that this should be approved by this committee.
Okay, thank you, Henry.
Thank you.
Urban Forestry has reviewed and they have provided comments in terms of the accuracy of the ARPA's report. I'm sure those are the documents that Urban Forestry will review and confirm the accuracy of. But we do have from Urban Forestry conditions 1, 2, and 3, and there are advisory comments as well. The walnut tree is also, I guess, would be reviewed through that review as well. Any questions for Henry? Okay, all right. Thank you, Henry.
Thank you
for taking the time to talk to us. We'll now take the matter into committee. Committee members, any thoughts, any comments?
Madam Chair, I'm going to start off with some thoughts here. This is an application that gives me some conflicts because the secondary plan has identified this as a large lot area, and in terms of lot area, you meet that requirement. The second part of it, though, is that the reason it was defined as a large lot area is, and you have to read the rest of the policies that say they want to keep a portion of Toronto, this portion, in a more pastoral setting. That secondary plan, I guess, was done 20 years ago, but it hasn't changed. And I still believe that there are areas in Scarborough, areas in Toronto that need to provide large houses on large lots in a very pastoral setting. We see this a number of times here because an individual wants to come in and divide his lot into 2 or more. And I guess the issue for the committee is it in the overall interest of the municipality to take these areas that have a character of larger lots and say, yes, piecemeal by piecemeal, without any policy change, without any direction from the overall council, we will change that area by creating smaller lots. I'm not positive that piecemeal development is really desirable here. You've said there are 3 lots, number 2, number 6, and number 8, that are less than 100-foot frontage. They have been created since 1989. Nothing else in that area. by creating this one, we're starting to say, yes, the plan is let's change the area piecemeal by piecemeal without an overall concept of where we're going or whether that's desirable. I don't think the committee's role is to determine overall concept. Our role is to look at the individual applications and say, no, this does not set a precedent. Yes, this is desirable. So I have some problems with this one.
Member Macaulay, I need some clarification on what you've just said. Staff, can you please have the Toronto maps pulled up where it shows the lots, not the location map, the Toronto maps? I just want to understand when you refer to the pastoral context or the environment, like I'm trying to understand how that is here. So if you look at it, can you zoom out a little bit and maybe just highlight where the property is? Okay, right.
I think, Madam Chair, what you're looking at is, when I called it pastoral, it's a street with a lot of trees, with a lot of big lots.
Yeah, but if you look at up and down the street, these three parcels, maybe, Eric, sorry, if you can zoom in a little
Yeah,
bit.
those three parcels right next to Kingston Road are different.
No. I meant to say these 3 or 4 parcels that are a little wider are the only parcels left. The rest, both on abutting Kingston and further north, are all smaller lots. These are the only 3, 4 lots on this side of the street that are remaining, that are wide. The rest is all gone. And I kind of live within a kilometer of this area, and I go by this every day. And if you look at along Kingston Road, how redevelopment is creeping up, all those lots are being redeveloped. As you can see, that's all new lot fabric there.
No, I understand. What I'm looking at is this very specific area that has been defined as large lot. Kingston Road, yes, lots of lots. You can see over in the village here, I know this area as well as you do. There's a lot of development. There's some new high-rise apartments coming in that are going to change the character. My issue is, really, should we be changing piecemeal?
But I don't think we're changing piecemeal. Should the committee approve, it's already changed. Both north and south of it is all gone.
Well, south of Kingston Road,
No.
there's nothing there.
What I meant south was these 3 large parcels, and then immediately 3 lots south of it, and then north of it. That's all small. That's just my observation. I could be wrong. That's just my observation.
Certainly, the east side of
Deep
Dean
yes.
is still large lots. In fact, the house on the corner has just been renovated to add additional square footage to it.
Okay.
So it's a very big house.
No, sir, no. We're in committee now.
So those are my comments. I think there are areas in Toronto. We talk about them occasionally. This is one of them. There's ones down by the lake. There's a couple up in Agincourt where there's large lots created. And I don't see a public good being achieved here. Yes, we get 2 houses versus 1, but 5,000 square foot houses, we're getting that all over the place. So we're not really in need of more 5,000 square foot houses.
So maybe we could do 3 lots here and smaller homes.
He suggested that he puts in units in the back, so you get 4 houses here.
Well, let's not digress in that direction. Let's focus on what's before us. So, okay, I've made my
Those are my comments.
Member
I
Taylor?
think if the council wants to see a change, they need to examine this and look at a change and define what direction. We should not be doing it piece by piece, here, there, and everywhere, because that action leads to a scattering, leads to a disruption of the community.
Thank you, Member Macaulay. Member Taylor.
We've had this conversation about a few other neighborhoods saying,
Yes.
absence of city policy, what do we do?
Yes.
Yeah, when I look at this here, I I don't quite see it as the wide open, large lot pastoral environment that you describe it as. And I think in looking at the lot pattern, not too far north of this property, there's a lot of small lots that continue a long distance. And to me, when I looked at this a few days ago, the first thing that really struck me is this is very similar to what's already there at 6 and 8. Now, I didn't know the history about the secondary plan and the fact that they're 20 years old, but the fact is they're 57-foot lots. He's proposing 52. That's not much of a difference in my mind. So I'm not saying we should, sort of accept something as a precedent.
Right.
However, I just don't see this particular block as being wide open pastoral, but by nature. I don't see that character in it. I see number 6, I see number 8, and then I go 300 or 400 meters up the road and I see chock-a block small lots.
So to your point, Member Taylor, the only wide lots are lots number 12, 16, 18, and 20.
Yeah.
Anything above that is all 16 to 18 meter. I've been measuring these lots as well.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. All right. If there are no further comments and thoughts, can I please have a motion? Oh, and there is also a condition from community planning to tie to the site plan?
Through the chair, should the committee approve these applications, we will tie the community planning conditions, we will tie those to the respective minor variance applications.
Okay, so let's deal with the consent first. So consent application, can I have a motion on the application?
Okay, well, I'll table a motion just firstly on the consent. As you all know, my major consideration is compatibility with the lot frontage and area in the immediate context. And in this case, I see what's being proposed as being very similar to something right next door, number 8 and number 6, and also very similar to, as the chair pointed out, all but maybe 4 lots on this entire street. So I think these lots are compatible with this neighborhood. And I would move approval of the consent subject to engineering and construction services conditions. And I guess, can I attach staff all transportation and planning conditions as well, or assign those to the variances?
Through the chair, if you're going to be approving the consent application, you may also wish to consider imposing the urban forestry conditions as well.
Yep.
And then on the minor variance applications, impose the community planning conditions.
And the transportation.
There are no transportation. They only had advisory comments.
Oh, okay. And what about the planning conditions?
Impose those on the minor variance,
Okay.
respective minor variance applications. I don't think you need to do separate motions for that.
So I move approval of the consent application subject to engineering and construction services conditions, the standard conditions of consent, and urban forestry conditions 1, 2, and 3.
Okay, and may I have a seconder, please?
I'll second that motion to sever with those conditions.
Okay, and all in favor of this motion? All opposed? So Member Macaulay and Member Said oppose the motion. However, the motion gets carried and the application for consent has been approved. Now, let's move on to the minor variance applications. So we have 2 minor variance applications for each of the 2 lots. Can I have a motion on those 2 applications? Again, staff pointed out, community planning staff report recommendation should be tied. Should there be a motion to approve? Can I have a motion, please? I guess it would be.
Just through approved subject to community planning conditions, and we will impose them on the appropriate minor variance applications.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'm satisfied that the 2 variance applications meet the 4 tests under the Planning Act. I don't see anything extraordinary or egregious with respect to the extent of these variances. And they meet the other three tests as well. So I move approval of both variance applications subject to the Community Planning Department conditions.
Okay, and seconder, please.
Yes, Madam Chair. I'll second that motion with those conditions.
So Member McKay seconds the motion. All in favor? All right, the motion's carried and the application has been approved. Okay, we got that all right. So that brings us to the end of the agenda for today. Thank you everyone who joined us in person and virtually to discuss the agenda today. Now, I just want to confirm, is there any other business? I do note that there was a T-Lab appeal for 689 Morris Road and a T-Lab decision order that was provided for our information. The next date for meeting is September 20th. Is there any other business? I see none. Can I have a motion to adjourn? All right.
Madam Chair, I'll move. Yes, that we.
Member
that we adjourn.
McKay moves it. Member Taylor seconds it. All in favor?
Okay.
Motion's carried and the meeting has been adjourned. Thank you very much.